Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Law Society of Kenya has raised alarm over what it describes as a growing trend of judicial impunity. It accuses sections of the judiciary of overreach that threatens legal practice and access to justice. In a statement on Tuesday, the society condemned orders issued by the High Court in Nakuru that suspended the engagement and payment of external legal counsel by public entities, warning that the move undermines constitutional rights and the livelihoods of advocates. Here's LSK President Faith Odhiambo.
In the petition, the petitioners raise issues of the existence of a fully employed state and county council, high legal fees, and the need for fiscal responsibility as ground to deny private practicing advocates a role in nation building for fair gain. From the onset, we note that beyond their evident lack of novelty and ingenuity, these grounds are symbolic of a tired rhetoric against a profession that unreservedly dedicates itself to upholding constitutional values.
3 officers from GK Committee Maximum Security Prison have been convicted for facilitating the escape of convicted terrorists in November 2021. In a ruling at the Kahawa Law Court, Senior Principal Magistrate Boaz Ombewa said the escape was clearly well planned and could not have happened by accident. The officers were found guilty of neglect of duty, aiding prisoner escape, and supporting a terrorist group. Police in Mbale, Vihiga County are investigating the circumstances under which 2 bodies were discovered in a septic tank. Officers retrieved the unidentified bodies and cordoned off the area as investigations continue. Authorities have yet to release the identities of the victims or establish the circumstances surrounding the shocking deaths.
Wananchi pamoja tukashirikiana, tukaweza kutoa hiyo mili katika hiyo septic tank. Ni mwili ya mwanaume mwenye kadri ya miaka 43.
Security yetu baba, tumeanza kushangaa inatupeleka aje, sababu mtu kama huyu kama anaweza patikana mahali kama hapa, na hapa ni katikati ya town yetu.
World Health Organization Director General Tedros Ghebreyesus has warned that sharp cuts in global aid are severely disrupting health systems in many countries. He adds that the cuts threatens access to essential services and undermine years of health progress. Speaking during the UN agency's first media briefing of 2026, Tedros urged governments to urgently strengthen domestic health financing, highlighting health taxes on tobacco, alcohol and sugary drinks as proven and sustainable solution.
As you know, over the past year, sudden and severe cuts to aid have caused severe disruptions to health systems and services in many countries. WHO is supporting countries to maintain essential health services in the short term while mobilizing domestic resources to make the long-term transition from aid dependency to sustainable self-reliance. One of the best tools for doing that is health taxes on tobacco, alcohol, and sugary drinks. Health taxes have been shown to reduce consumption of these harmful products, helping to prevent disease and reduce the burden on health systems.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mongala Mbuvi. I'm with City Muga in the studio. City, habari yako wambaje?
Okay, now, are those two questions?
It's one question.
Okay, I'm Mwambaje fine.
It's like asking, how are you doing, man? What's up?
Oh, so umeniuliza what's up?
What's up yani manake?
Mimi niko sawa kabisa na what's up.
Nashukuru sana. Mungu amekuweka vyema akakuleta leo hapa kazini na uko salama salmin. Mimi pia niko fiti kabisa.
Kama kigongo.
Kama kigongo, ni kigongo?
I have no idea.
Umesema kigongo au umesema nini?
Ndio.
Ama umerusha tu neno pale ndani ndio tu float.
Watu wakisema hivyo. Sasa hata mimi nasema tu vile watu wanasema.
Okay. Sasa mimi niko kama kigongo, kama kigoti, niko kama kipaja, kama kisogo, chochote kile ambacho kinagonga, mimi niko pale na niko sawa kabisa. Watu wa Mombasa 90.7 FM, kindly let us know watu wanasemaje, ni kigongo ama ni watu husema namna gani bana? Ama ni kigogo ama hilo neno linatumikaje katika sentensi hiyo, tungependa kujua tena sana. Also big shout out to our folks in Nairobi on 88.8 FM, and how can we forget our newest folks, our newest brothers and sisters all the way from Garissa County on 89.5 FM. We are glad that you have joined us this morning. If you have, please let us know. For instance, CT, there's Don Sabwa here who says, Mbuvi, ask CT, is it a reality that we have marginalized counties who do not have money to fund development projects, hence no schools for their kids? Hi, how are you, CT and Paul? So amenisalimia kule. Kule amenambia nikuulize swali alafu hapa mwisho akatusalimia. So CT, how are you doing? Umesema uko fiti.
I'm very well, thank you, Don, and it's nice to read from you. We hope you are well.
So marginalized counties who do not have money to fund development?
The story of marginalization goes back to the colonial times.
Yes.
With devolution, the entire funding structure recognized this. And that is why, aside from just the disbursement that every county gets,
yes,
counties that were deemed to have been ignored when the development train was passing through other regions,
yes,
were given an equalization fund. The name itself informs you.
Yeah.
Yes, and it was for a specific time frame so that people could do the needful, the very thing, some of the things that they should have had and others had had, that they too could actually catch up. That was the idea.
Yeah, I remember when we were having a conversation here with Cyprian Nyamwamu, then we read something about Ali Roba, him saying that, no one should talk about what is happening in the northeastern region without necessarily talking about what happened in the past. And I agree. But however, I asked now that we won't forget the 60 years they had been. Sorry?
More.
It's more than 60 years, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, so we won't forget that entire period that they had been marginalized. But let's talk about when they started receiving the monies that devolution brought about with them, even including that equalization fund. Do you think they have done enough?
No. There are very few countries whom you could say have done enough.
Countries or counties?
Counties, sorry.
Okay.
And the reason why I say this is because if you simply look at the Auditor General's report and the reports of the Control of Budget, the audit queries that arise from counties, that is throughout the country, not specifically counties that had previously been marginalized, those whom they have elected to lead them have not led them well. And whereas you see significant improvement in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the livelihood of the people, in terms of facilities that previously did not exist, it does not fully represent the amounts of money that counties have received. And this is the story of the vast majority of our counties.
Yeah. Yes. I was having a conversation with Abdullahi Alas on WhatsApp some time back, and we were just talking about this whole issue of northeastern region. Now Abdullahi, obviously he has interests in that area of Mandera County specifically, where he comes from. Yes, so I know he plans to either run for MP or some position there, and he was saying that if we are being honest about that particular region, and he actually brought that issue because we were having a conversation with one of the MPs from the northeastern region, and akaniambia Mbuvi muulize waseme ukweli, all these folks are corrupt. All that leadership from the MPs, MCAs, senators, governors. And he was saying that if they are honest about their dealings, they should say that they are super corrupt, perhaps even more corrupt than the rest of the country. And I was like, You know, that's a proper allegation, eh?
It is an allegation, but Alas normally speaks from the point of view of being able to support what he says.
Right.
He doesn't just fire from all cylinders willy-nilly.
Of course, for sure.
He usually, and if you ask him, he will give you details.
Yes. Yeah, so perhaps one day, one time, we will have that conversation, an honest conversation with leaders from the northeastern region. Watuambie kile walipata na kile wamekifanyia na kile kilipotelea wapi aje na namna gani. That's a conversation.
Wajua kinachofanywa na ni kizuri kinaonekana.
Naam.
Okay?
Naam.
It's like light under bushel. You can't really hide it. But part of the stagnation of development had to do with infrastructure that was solely the purview of the national government. Something like a road.
Yes.
Okay? So once roads have been built and they are, as we say in this country, tarmacked.
Yep.
Changes that previously had not been thought of will become the order of the day.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. John Mutua amesema morning my lovely radio. John Mutua, good morning. Amesema Qatar niko hapa MMCH. MMCH ni wapi kwa Qatar?
Shumulize bwana.
Haya, John Mutua, MMCH uko ni wapi? Ndugu 247 amesema good morning guys, greetings from Tigoni. I'm looking forward to your great show. Well, Nungu, you are right on time for some great conversations right here. What is significant about this particular day, let me tell you. Today is January 14th, eh?
It is.
Yes. What is significant about this day is the fact that in 1922, no, not that one.
Not that one.
Hiyo nilikuwa nasoma vitu za wenyewe.
In
1942. In 1942, Henry Ford patents plastic automobile construction. In 1942, Henry Ford patents plastic automobile construction. Now, Henry Ford is the guy who basically is the, do I call him inventor? He was the guy basically who brought us Ford motor vehicles. So all the Ford vehicles you see on the road are named after this gentleman called Henry Ford. So in 1942, in January 1942, on this day, he patented plastic automobile construction. Great stuff. A good thing in history that also reminds us where we have come from. We've come from far. Kuna wakati gari zilikuwa zinatengenezwa na mbao.
Yes. Yes.
Na sasa zinatengenezwa na chuma. Na majority of chuma sasa imeanza kuwa plastic. Actually chuma inakuanga just the chassis and the outer cover of the vehicle. Inside is just nothing but plastic and leather.
Sigari inatembea.
Inasonga. Yeah. But is it safer? Aya, sisi tupatie methali.
We are still in the country of Niger.
Niger.
Right. The area of Niger per square kilometer.
Right.
Is 1.267 million.
Yeah. Would you like to use this microphone?
It would help, wouldn't it?
It would actually.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
No, I can hear you.
Thank you so much.
Karibu sana.
You know, one of the things that I have to understand.
Yes.
The microphone doesn't move with my head.
Very true. It doesn't move with your head.
Because my head moves and I think I am actually speaking to the microphone.
Yeah.
And yet, lo and behold, I'm speaking to myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry. Even my grandmother, I usually, during functions, unampatia microphone, alafu ukishampatia hivi, anaiweka chini anaendelea kuongea. So,
okay.
These things come with age.
I don't think that it is lost on me.
Yes.
That me and your grandmother in the same WhatsApp group.
No, my grandmother is way older than you. She's old enough to be your mother. So, aye, twende kazi.
Okay.
Niger.
It is the largest country in West Africa. 80% of its land is the Sahara Desert, bro.
80% in the Sahara.
80, bro. 80. But it borders Libya, Chad, Nigeria, Benin, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Algeria. So it's huge.
It is huge.
It is huge. Yet population si kubwa vile. Sikwambia jana?
Yes.
22 million.
22 million ni wengi lakini si wengi sana. Wezi wa compare na sisi for sure.
Sisi iko mingi.
Sisi tumezaana huku bro.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. What a child says he has heard from home.
What a child says he has heard from home.
Look at it and broaden your horizon. You know these narratives that are popular, one, within groups, on a larger scale, popular within communities. It comes from certain thought leaders, certain opinion shapers and leaders.
True.
People hear them and they repeat them as though they were gospel.
Yeah.
One of the most popular narratives in this country is singling out communities and saying, hawa watu, wholesale. Whereas the particular narrative that person has may have been derived from the experience they had with one individual. One. Not even two. One. But the conclusion, hawa
watu. Ni kweli nakubaliana na that assessment. Asilimia moja.
Bwana.
50.
Kila mtu ameweka kwenye hicho kikapu.
Ni kweli, because you see again, we also everyone has got a bias anyway, at one point or another, depending on their experience. But what should always prevail is reason.
Right. Right.
Do not cast judgment without any evidence.
Kabisa.
Na kwanga muhimu sana. Asante sana kwa methali hiyo, nimeipendelea sana. Kunaye fighter amesema City and Movie, much greeting from Mississippi. Well, Mississippi, asante sana. I remember growing up, we used to say Mississippi 1, Mississippi 2, Mississippi 3 because we couldn't say 61, 62, 63. Pukman amesema good morning City and Movie from cold Amsterdam. Have you been to Amsterdam City?
I've only been to Schiphol.
Okay. The airport, yeah?
Kwa transit.
Okay.
Kwa naenda Malindi.
Nakupeleka siku moja Amsterdam. Lakini si mali unafikiria tutaenda tu Amsterdam.
Basi mimi nilikuwa nafikiria mali wanapanda zile maua inaitwa tulips bwana.
Sawa. Tulips, unakuwa na tulips, kuna Hosea Koech amesema good morning gentlemen. I enjoy your show very much. Kindly invite Lee Njiru to your show. We need his views on current affairs. Dr. Koech in South Carolina. Well, Koech Hosea, asante sana daktari for that suggestion. Kazi kwake producer wetu ambaye anajulikana kama Edna, I'm sure I take your words into consideration, and once she takes, finding these guys by this sometimes is difficult, but yes,
we will get in touch with Linjiro.
Yeah,
and we will ask him.
There's a time actually though we had a conversation with him on the phone here, over the phone.
We did
during that time that we were mourning the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. So yeah, we had a lengthy phone conversation with him. You can actually find that conversation on our YouTube channel, that is at Radio Generation Kenya. It is somewhere there on the heap of the very many videos that are there. If you have the time, just check it out. But yes, I agree with you. We shall definitely invite Linjiru. He is a wealth of knowledge as far as the history of this country is concerned. All right, let's get into our very amazing website, that is radiogeneration.co.ke. Kwa wale ambao wangependa kusoma taarifa nyingi sana, tovuti yetu ni radiogeneration.co.ke, where you'll get all the trending stories, top stories. For example, there's this one posted just 2 minutes ago by Tanya Wanjiku. Kenya secures 68th sport globally as passport stabilizes. What is this all about? Let's check it out. So wanasema hivi, Kenya's passport has regained strength on the global stage, climbing 5 positions to 68th in 2026, even though the number of visa-free destinations slightly decreased. According to the Henley Passport Index, Kenyan citizens can now travel to 69 countries without obtaining a visa beforehand. This comes after last year's drop to 73rd place, which followed stricter visa requirements in key regions and a period of declining global mobility for Kenyan travelers. We actually did highlight this sometime on our breakfast show here, the People's Breakfast, and tukasema ya kwamba tumeteremka 73 na tukaeleza sababu nyinginezo ambazo zinaweza kutufanya kwamba tuteremke ama tupandishwe katika ranking hiyo ya passports. But what for me I would consider an awesome ranking is when we are allowed to go to some countries without necessarily having to get that visa. I'm talking about countries like the US, I'm talking about countries like Australia, China. We are talking about, did I say America? I think I said that. United Kingdom.
America did our US.
US. Germany. Hizo ndizo countries. Sisemi zile zingine ni za upuzi ama ni za kifala.
May I just make a statement?
Please.
In a time not too long ago, what you're saying was actually the reality.
Could just get onto a, plane.
You just went to the UK. You just went to Germany. You just went. But even now, you can just go to Singapore. You can just go to Malaysia. And I mean, you can just go.
Yeah.
So it's not as though the questions that arise is why and what happened. There are things that happened over time, and the restrictions were then put in place.
Yeah.
But anything that is put in place can be removed.
There are countries that allow you to invest in their countries, and they give you passports for free. There's a country called St. Kitts. It's Uko in the Caribbean. You can buy their passport for $150,000 US. So give or take, that is roughly a few coins below 20 million Kenyan money. You go there, buy that passport for 20 million, and that's it. You're a citizen for life. And that passport is one of the strongest in the world. Allows you to go into countries such as Germany, the US, UK, visa free. You just get to to customs control, stamp you in. Now, the reason they do that is because once you pay them that 20 million, it goes back into their let me call it wallet, and they develop their country.
It goes into their consolidated fund.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Nilikuwa tafutiwa jina. But yes. So you can imagine some, and I know folks because they are all over YouTube. There's one specific one. He's a Nigerian YouTuber. He's called Tayo. Tayo I know or something, but it's called Tayo. So Tayo moves all over the world. He's a Nigerian, and for the longest time before he could before he got a particular passport from St. Kitts, his Nigerian passport would be rejected very many times depending on the destination that he's going to. Yeah.
Right.
But when he gathered funds, 20 million ni si pesa kidogo. Unajua mimi ukinipenda 20 million saizi kuna mambo mingi sana nitafanya na hiyo pesa.
Utaenda St. Kitts.
Sitaenda kununua passport ya St. Kitts for sure. For sure. But now he actually relocated to Portugal. He lives in Portugal, in that island called Madeira. Nani ametoka huyu jamani to Cristiano Ronaldo ametoka. That's where he lives. He operates now from there, and because it's in a central position globally on the map, he's able to go to a lot of destinations with much ease because of that central location of Portugal. And I was just thinking, and for him, that's his career, so he did a very good investment, investing in the citizenship of St. Kitts. But sasa kuna wengine ambayo hawaizi. The other countries also that are giving people the same opportunity. Malta, I think, is one of the countries that is giving you an opportunity to purchase their passport or purchase their citizenship, basically. And from there, you just renew your passport every other time after it expires. You just renew, but you're a citizen of that country.
Good.
Yeah. Hata tuone kama Kenya tutafika position, at least hata position 20 hapo hivyo. Or we become such an amazing country. Pia si tuanze kuuza passport yetu kama akina St. Kitts.
Do you know, my mind had actually just gone there.
Yes.
Instead of entertaining all these stories and allegations of corruption,
yes,
why didn't you just sell it?
Sell the passport?
Yeah.
Citizenship?
Well, yes, sell it. You want a citizenship of Kenya? This is what it costs.
I know a lot of people from India, Kina Patel, would like to buy the passport.
As I said, problem with Kenya is this. There'll be fellows who will be offering it at a discount. Hiyo ndio shida.
Sasa hapo ndio shida.
Hiyo ndio shida.
The current president of Venezuela, when she was a minister of foreign affairs in her country, she's actually accused, there's a pending case, she's accused of having sold the Venezuelan passport because it is also ranked quite high.
So the Venezuelans don't allow people to sell their passports.
Come again?
In Venezuela, you are not allowed to buy a passport.
Oh yeah, no. From what I understand, I don't fully, comprehend that case. But yes, she's accused of selling thousands of passports.
As I said, some of these things, to remove the criminal element from it, okay? Why don't you just make it a straightforward commercial understanding?
Exactly. St. Kitts have done it, and they are prosperous at.
Do you know how small St. Kitts is?
It's like an island, yes.
Okay, since you know.
But you can imagine. Yeah, and there are many other island countries as well within that region of the Caribbean that have a similar understanding.
It is good for them, and it works for them.
Okay. But the vetting process, because they want to maintain that ranking, the vetting process, they won't just sell it to any single person. Yes, you might have that 20 million, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you'll just walk into their embassy, give them 20 million, and then you get the passport in return. The vetting process is proper. It's like vetting to become the president of the United States. Lazima join 9 will talk happy your criminal record, and if you have any criminal record by there, you and your 20 million, forget it.
Unaweza kurudi mahali
mlitoka. Kuna wengine wanaweza nunua. Okay. Another story here posted by Bradley Bosire. Treasury defends sale of 15% Safaricom stake to fund infrastructure projects. The National Treasury has initiated the process of selling a 15% stake in Safaricom PLC to the Vodacom Group in a transaction aimed at raising funds for development financing amid tightening fiscal conditions. Appearing before a joint committee of the National Assembly, CS for the National Treasury John Mbadi said the proposed partial divestiture. Mwalimu wa Kizungu.
Ndio. Okay. You're right. Hakuna kitu umefanya makosa hapo.
The proposed partial divestiture is expected to generate about 204.3 billion from the sale. The total proceeds are projected at 244.5 billion when an upfront dividend monetization component is included. Under the proposal, the government plans to sell 6 million. No, this is 6 billion Safaricom shares at a price of 34 shillings per share. Okay. City, what do you have to say about this?
I don't know. You know, the thing is this, This is the sort of thing that, in my opinion, should have been subjected to some very rigorous public participation. Why? So that people understand and really comprehend what it is that the government is doing and why it is doing it. And then also, an opportunity for us to understand the laws governing such things and what it is that makes it possible for the government to go about this process.
Yes.
Those who know why it's being done understand it fully. The rest of us don't understand it fully.
Yeah, true.
And this not understanding it fully is what often brings about debate. And if debate is not allowed in the robust manner that is required, then it just enhances the quotient of mistrust. So that even something that could have been explained easily now becomes an issue where it did not need to be an issue.
Teacher, may I?
Yes.
We will get from the CS's statement. We are expected to make about 244 billion Kenyan shillings. This is me. Niafikiria hivi. We lose 3 billion daily.
Yeah. So it is said.
It is said, yes.
I am not. Anyway, go on.
We are told we lose 3 billion daily. Former President Uhuru told us it was 2 billion at one point. So clearly there's some money we lose. Okay?
Yes.
So let me go.
The amount, I'm not certain, but that we lose money,
it is
most definitely.
Right. And we are not the only country that loses money. I'm sure even America would say we lose X amount of billions daily. But let me talk about Kenya because we are in Kenya. If we were to seal the holes that that inapoteza hii pesa, at the end of 1 year, we will have saved twice this 244. Actually, not twice. We'll have saved about what? 3 times this money? Because if we go with 365 days in a year and we just assume we lose 2 billion, we're talking about saving at the very least 730 billion Kenya shillings. Instead of selling shares, instead of selling some private some public companies here and there, imagine we just stop the wastage and we have these monies that we need.
It is true. It is absolutely true. Remember, when you look at an asset that the government earns and it's of a commercial nature, that position as it is tells you that the government was already engaged in a private-public partnership because the government owns things on our behalf.
Yeah.
Now, since it's on our behalf, my point is simply this. What the government of Kenya is doing is a worldwide practice.
Yes.
It is not new. They are not reinventing the wheel. They are not doing something that other people have done. But we have a constitution that requires us to participate in the process, us as the sovereign, of matters that concerns us. These are our assets.
Yeah.
They belong to us collectively. Now, There are those who will say we had public participation. I will say we did not. Telling us that you want to sell some assets, that's not public participation. Public participation is gathering the opinions of people over a period of time and getting to understand. The government has the means and the resources. Outlets such as the one that we are in right now should have been raising the question at the government's behest, saying this is what the government wants to do. A government official would have been here. There are many government officials who can explain this from the treasury. It doesn't have to be Mbadi or Kipto. There are many people who can explain this and say this is what we want to do. This is how we want to go about it. If they saturated media houses with this story of telling people, that in itself could have been claimed to be sufficient information to the public so that they know what it is that the government is doing with their assets and why.
City, you actually raise a very valid point here, because every single time, every single morning, well, not every single, but some mornings when the president is going to launch a project here and there, when he's making a speech here and there, I usually see him go live on X. He goes live on X. I see the PCS, Musalia Mudavadi, going live on X. I see other government officials and actually even parliamentarians like Esther Passaris going live on X. Now, if they can do this, going live on X to launch a project, why can't they actually, even they themselves, without necessarily coming to us? I mean, we would be glad to host them for sure, and we will do it for free. Come and be hosted and talk about these particular issues. But even on your own platforms, the president goes live and he has thousands of views on X alone. He can do that on YouTube. We are doing it on YouTube. We are doing it on X. We are doing it on Facebook. We are doing it on all the platforms that we can access. The president and his people can actually do this and say, guys, we are planning this sale and we are going live on X and we're going to be having a conversation with so and so. It can even be between the president and his chief of staff, no, not chief of staff, his wanitangaja watu wa communication, Mohammed ule anakuanga pale State House. They just have a conversation. Yes? And they just, Mwanisha Chizuga anakuanga hapo State House. She's a journalist. She can just sit the president down and say, President, this is what you're planning to do. We'd like to hear maoni ya watu. But as we wait for maoni ya watu, explain to them your dream and vision for this particular project. And I am sure watu kama kina Don Sabwa will flood those places with their opinion.
Yes, and secondly, you will have given them an opportunity to air their views.
Yes.
But as they do so, many other people will have understood the reasons behind this particular steps that are being taken.
Right.
But when there's an absence of that, then what you fermented is mistrust, and what you're going to have is a backlash because people do not have sufficient knowledge or information about it.
If we can have Gen Zs like iShow Speed going on social media and having millions of views at a time worldwide, what is stopping a president? He has all the resources. What is stopping a deputy president? What is stopping a PCS? Yes.
The question goes to those who are charged with communication
for these individuals.
Yes, and for the government. That is where the question goes, because every ministry has a communication department. So really, in all honesty, why is it that all we are subjected to is a press conference that the CS Finance is having,
right,
or the PS has spoken of? Come on, man. This is something you knew and you planned. You could have spoken about it at great length over time.
Right.
But you give it 3 months. People will talk, and with every conversation, their understanding increases and the noise goes down.
Nimekumbuka anaitwa Hussein Mohammed, State House spokesperson. Now, they have all these amazing journalists that are working for them, people who actually award-winning journalists working for them. They can also just, the way the president does sometimes, he can decide to have several journalists on a given Sunday and say, today, let's have a question and answer session with you guys on a certain topic. Why can't that just happen?
Paul, where the problem arises also is in the very thing you've mentioned.
Yes.
Journalists are not necessarily communication experts.
True. I agree.
So if we insist on employing journalists, then deploy them correctly where their strengths lie.
Yeah.
But making a journalist a communication expert without them actually having the expertise, because it's a specific skill. It's a specific discipline.
Yes.
if they do not have that discipline, they may be wonderful journalists, but they will not serve your interest, because what you need is a communication expert.
True.
Yes.
True. So, Mr. President, and I know he's listening. I know the Deputy President is listening. Tafadhali, can we have that particular session, you guys, before? Because we've seen it's possible. You can actually do it, because we see you doing it every other time.
It is not a strange thing for a government to sell off its assets. It is not.
Yeah.
It is not. It is not. It is not.
Yeah.
But when people don't feel that they've participated in the sale of what belongs to them, because it is ours, it is not the executives, it is not parliaments, it is not the judiciary, it's not the three arms of government, it is everybody's. We would have loved to participate and to have our say on this particular matter of the sale of our asset, but we have not had that opportunity.
I agree. Wacha tufanye kitu inaitwa traffic updates.
Traffic.
Kuna mali panaitwa Ayani Estate. This is in Kibra. Looking good this particular minute. That road called Kibera Drive iko sawa sana. Karanja Road as well inakaa iko fiti sana. Southern Bypass, no complaints at all. Today traffic is at the Junction Mall. Well, it's there every single day. But sometimes I wake up every morning hoping that I'll have a different story for you. Naivasha Road, kuna mahali panaitwa Kinyanjui Road. Hiyo place iko bumper to bumper this particular minute. So if you're heading towards the Junction Road and you're coming from Dagoretti na uko Kawangware, just know that if you're heading towards Kinyanjui Road, that road is blocked literally. But you can escape the traffic through Gitanga Road. Yeah, and then you can rejoin Ngong Road through Kingara Road. Also, if you're heading towards the areas of Westlands using James Gishuru Road, you're not looking bad. However, when you're approaching this area known as St. Mary's School, hiyo barabara yote inaitwa James Gishuru Road from Mzima Springs heading all the way to Kabarsiran Avenue. Bumper to bumper at this particular minute. Looking at Wayaki Way from ABC Place, it's looking clean. Literally no traffic apart from that area around where. Actually, no, everywhere is clean. Now, if you're on Mombasa Road, Capital Center area, kidogo ndio kuna ka trafiki, but that is if you're joining the expressway. If you're on the main highway, you're looking good, moving quite well. Langata Road, no complaints as well. Jogoo Road pale Makadara, low courts hapo karibu na Makadara train station, bumper to bumper right now. I guess it's because of that matatu stage that is usually there, because people are alighting to go and board the train into town. Manyanja Road inakaa safi sana. Buruburu area sioni complaints zozote. Nikiangalia barabara inajulikana kama Outer Ring Road, that entire stretch looks kind of clean, only a few pockets like at Pipeline. And this is a Avenue Park Phase 1. Hapo kuna ka stage kanaleta tashwishwi. Eastern Bypass, no complaints whatsoever. Zooming out into where is this? Zooming out into Mombasa. Mombasa mko sawa kabisa. Kuna shida yoyote? Hata ile trafiki inaonanga pale Likoni Ferry leo hamna. Mama ngine na waterfront kidogo tu kumeshikamana, lakini hiyo ni kwa sababu kuna watu wanangojea ferry itoke sehemu ya Likoni ili ije sehemu hiyo muweze kusonga. So I'm looking at Likoni ferry, there's no traffic. That means that it has departed. All right, New Nyali Bridge traffic bumper to bumper. Mwembe Tayari Road mali nenda kushikana na Biashara Street imeshikamana tena zaidi, but the rest of the county is looking absolutely mwah. If there's any incident that you think is worthy of mention, well, you can let us know.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Before we get into the newspaper, a big shout out to Fighter. Amesema the US House has voted to extend the AGOA until 2028, headed to the Senate before being signed into law. The extension prevents Kenyan exporters from potential tariffs of up to 42%. This is something we'll need to talk about, by the way, because Kenya has actually put a pause on some dealings with China because of this very vote that has been taken today. Motodhia Thiaka anasema good morning Mbuvi and City. Kitengela, we are locked. Also, the money is wasted on government contract cancellation can be avoided. Yes, Motodhia, they can definitely be avoided. Polite tall guy, good morning from Nakuru. Nice program.
Thank you.
Wanjala amesema good morning City and Paul. Tuda niko inside. Tu ndani anamaanisha ako wapi? Ako ndani. Yani ako dhine. Kwa Kijaluo mnasema ngaje ako? Ako? Inside. What is inside? Ako?
In Kijaluo?
Yes. Ako?
There's a word in ear. I-Y-E. I-Y-E. Ear.
In ear.
N-ear.
N-ear.
N is ako ndani.
Aha. So, Wanjala ako?
Ndani.
No, Wanjala? N-ear.
Yes.
Okay.
That's direct translation though.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. You probably say it differently.
That's what I'm trying to figure out what is said colloquially.
Okay.
Na bado haijashuka.
Yeah. In Kikamba, it's just Wanjala endine kondani. Yeah. Tuko pamoja.
Okay.
Tirimwe.
Tirimwe.
Yeah. Not tirimwe. There's no R in Kikamba. Tirimwe.
How many R? Mkono nini?
Atuna.
So say that again.
Tirimwe.
Oh, tirimwe.
It also depends where you come from. Kuna wenye wanasema tirimwe, kuna wenye wanasema tirimwe.
Kuna mwe and mwe.
Kuna dhimwe and there is dhimwe.
Right. So Kamba is also tonal language.
Yeah. Yes. And also dhimwe means one. It could be like this is one.
It's one.
So it depends also on context and like you said. But yes, that's where we are. Wanjala, thank you so much. Let's get into the newspaper review. Paper check, as we like to call it. The Standard paper on the front page, they say Ruto reality check. Shifting loyalty. President William Ruto's hold on Mount Kenya is weakening. His climb up the mountain is getting slippery. His latest tour, where only 2 governors out of 11 joined him to launch projects, is a pointer to a switch in allegiance. Once drawing massive organic crowds, he now depends on allies to mobilize supporters and influence projects. Many local leaders fear backlash over unpopular policies and his fallout with former Deputy Rigathi Gachagua. Analysts warn with 2027 approaching, Mount Kenya politicians are recalculating support, leaving Ruto's once solid base increasingly fragile. Your story is on page 5.
That is now.
That is as far as 14th of December is, January is concerned.
Yeah, maybe even just this week. I will wait to have a look at what will be happening the following week.
Looking at the Daily Nation, hapa mbele wanasema states 39 billion legal fees scam. A court order barring public agencies from hiring private law firms has revived the debate on huge legal fees the government incurs despite employing state lawyers. This story is on page 4 and 5. So, what counties owe law firms in shillings? Nairobi apparently owes legal law firms 21.3 billion, Machakos 1.5 billion, Kisumu 970 million, Nakuru 503 million, Tana River 498 million, Mandera 447 million, and it goes on and on and on and on. Wale wako na pesa kidogo ya kulipa ni Lamu. They only owe 6 million. Watu wana shida hawa. Hawatakangi kugombana na mtu, kuchapana na mtu. Ni hawana noma. Ndio maana hao tu pesa zao ni 6 million zenye inasemekana wana owe law firms. Yes, but the highest here is Nairobi, 21.3 billion. What's not happening? There's a county here that is of interest known as, this is Isiolo. Isiolo, it's only 98M. Kakamega, 148 million. And then Stronghold, aka Tharaka Nithi, 139 million. So this is 30 billion amount counties have spent on legal representation according to Control of Budget report for the year 2023-2024 financial year. Aye.
Let me ask this simple question.
Please ask.
Has the paper given a breakdown of why it is these services were procured in the first place?
From the front page, no. Perhaps if we get inside, we might see that.
That is the nation, isn't it?
It is the nation, yes.
You see, if you look at any government, let's start with the national government, there are many cases that one has seen that the national government has gotten involved in. Now, the AG's department has nothing but lawyers, prosecutors, God knows who do all sorts of things. And yet the national government gets the services of private law firms.
Yes, it does. Yes.
And there's usually a reason why. I'm asking this with reference to the counties. Now, it is possible that that particular leeway was exploited the way Kenyans are wont to do when they have an opportunity, and that there are people who saw this loophole and have been milking the county coffers with supposed legal representation, which in and of themselves may not exist, and if they do exist, may not warrant the fee notes that have been charged.
Yes.
But that there are issues that will go beyond the legal team that any government, national or county, has, that you cannot doubt.
Let me ask, is it perhaps, I used to work for an employer who had a lawyer on call in the office. Actually, she was domiciled within the building. And then there's a time we happened to, be involved in a case. But the lawyers that litigated that case came from outside. And I believe the reason for that is this in-house lawyer needed more strength in terms of even the research capacity that would be obtained from an outside law firm. The experience this particular law firm has in litigating these kinds of issues. And guess what? We actually won that case. And I believe it was partly because of the fact that we had this outside legal representation. So is it possible that even government entities, yes, they might have in-house lawyers, but kuna mahali nafika, even for certain cases, even your in-house lawyers do not have that kind of expertise?
You see, you may even have a legal department.
Yes.
But look at a county and how vast it is. And look at just the number of ministries and the entities it deals on a daily basis. That legal department would not be able to manage everything legal within. Even if it's just handling the issues pertaining to those who are employed within the county, they'll be stretched.
Manpower is not enough.
No, they'll always be stretched. If you look, I was being told this story of, well, let me perhaps give the example first, then tell the story. If you look at what very many insurance companies now do, they employ
yes,
health practitioners. They're not seeking to open
a clinic.
No. But they want someone with that knowledge, that medical knowledge, to help them, because they're also in the business of ensuring health.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
It's external. Okay? Now, that in itself points to the need where expertise that may not necessarily be domiciled within the institution may be required. Expertise. Just note, there may be a case that has arisen and there are people who specialize in it. The county will not have specialized legal representatives. Not necessarily. Because those ones are unfortunately expensive.
Yes.
So you will have people who are retained. They've always been there. Private firms do not necessarily have legal firms representing. They will have in-house legal services, and there may be a number of people. But they still rely on external legal services.
Yes. But now also what is being raised is the fees.
That one would create a problem, because that is where now the mischief would come in.
Because you're hiring CT as an external expert on this issue, but CT is charging you 10 times what he would normally charge any other client. But now because it's Gava,
CT is charging you 10 times the amount because CT has his fees. When he's
I see where this is going.
You see where it's going?
Yeah, I know it's going.
He has his fees. KRA is going to want their share.
For sure.
The person who gave you the job will want a cut.
And
he will tell you there's somebody else who made it possible who will also want a cut. Then there is somebody who you need to sort of like lazima upanguze machozi kidogo. Okay? So there will be tiers and tiers of individuals whose palms need to be greased along the way. So if what ordinarily I would charge you 2 million, I'm going to charge 20.
Yeah. That's the problem. That is why we have this 39 billion legal fees, and they're calling it a scam.
Yet people who are going to suffer, a large number of these people are people who actually provide required services because of their expertise. They are people, and I'm saying the vast majority. Scammers are not the majority. No, they never are. They're just a couple of people who charge an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
They are never many. But it's people with whom either people who are in that legal department within that entity, somebody else who has influence, have decided this is the person through which will funnel this money. So it is, you funnel it by them presenting a fee note.
Yeah.
You create a situation which requires his legal expertise. But by the way, you really think it began yesterday? In the history of this country, if you look at what people have done with professional services, an architect is given a job to draw or to do whatever it is architects do to determine what a structure would look like. There's a stage with which once that particular exercise has reached, you have to pay the architect.
Yeah.
If it is a working drawing, meaning it is something you can use, amaliza kazi yake. Utalipa yeye. Nowhere does it say it has to be built, because that's not his job. His job is to draw and to make sure it is acceptable. It's gone through all the processes. It's been accepted. Now, thereafter, you pay him. Now, it's a very good business because it is not his job to build. If the building starts, then he takes the second phase of his functions in supervising it. But up to the point where it is a working drawing, you pay him. And it is very easy for that to start as something that is viable into a scam.
Yes.
Easy.
Haraka sana.
Easy.
Haya. 204 billion from sale of Safaricom shares to fund capital projects. That story is on page 8. Ruto's plan to regain support in Mount Kenya. You can see that plan on page 10. CT, over to you. Nimefanya Daily Nation na nimefanya Standard.
Very good. Watching Angale Business Day, the daily business. Kenya investments fall amidst tight global capital flow. Okay, we understand. Minority EABL investors lose 12 billion paper gain. God Almighty, I need to read this. Minority investors of listed brewer EABL has seen their paper wealth fall by 12.4 billion in the past 4 weeks after the company's share prices retreated from the rally caused by the December 2025 disclosure that British multinational Diageo PLG plans to sell 65% of its shares. Diageo owns a very significant portion of Isakwani breweries.
Oh yes, it does.
So up until watu walipata jitters and the shakes. Right. CBK Jan bond sale hits a system glitch. The Central Bank of Kenya's Dow CSD bond platform was hit by a glitch when generating payments invoicing for the January Treasury bond sale, resulting in some investors being asked to pay up to 2 times their bid amount. Right, I will not comment on that because I don't understand it fully. Under intelligence is a quotation from Deritu Mureithi.
Yes.
In the debate about Kenya's transformation dream, it is easy to forget where we are coming from and the distance already covered. That is absolutely true, but we can't dwell too much in the past, Your Excellency. We have to look forward and say that we have traveled thus far, but let us also look at the journey that we are yet to travel, because it is important. Right. Telcos face higher fines as CES sets service quality at 90%. Regulator increases compliance threshold to 90% from current 80%. What are they talking about? Telecommunication firms in Kenya, including Safaricom, Airtel and Telcom Kenya, face higher penalties if a proposal by the industry regulator to raise the service quality threshold to 90% and introduce country-level assessment is approved. This sounds like a good thing. Jitters hits Kenya cross-border traders as Uganda heads for ballot on where? Thursday. When is Thursday? Tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. And actually, you know that Uganda has shut down the internet from yesterday.
So no internet
na internet itarudi
hapa na iko
internet Uganda now, as we are speaking, our brothers and sisters in Uganda cannot access the people's breakfast. Unfortunately, I don't know how now our servers there are listening to us, but it is what it is.
Right. Traders in Kenya anticipating losses from supply chain disruptions in the next few days as Uganda heads to the general election on Thursday. All right, we have heard you. We have heard you. The East African, bang in the middle of this paper, hopes, fears as Ugandans vote. Businesses put up contingency plans to beat potential internet economy shutdown in crucial vote as Museveni takes last race. He himself said this, did he not?
Yes, he did.
He said, Mimi, hey, right. In the magazine, Mr. Nice, I'm having a nice time away from music. You informed me who Mr. Nice was, isn't it?
Yes, yule jamaa limba fagilia wote ama alikuwa anasema nini? Fagilia wo. I think.
There's a song there where a chicken did something to a bicycle, isn't it?
Kuku kapanda baiskeli.
That one.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
President Samia reshuffles cabinet. Paul Makonda is named information minister. Fiery fellow, this one. First time MP from Arusha. Okay?
I don't know him.
I've only read about him. I don't know him either.
Yeah.
A bad week for Africans everywhere. US President Trump raises visa bonds, cuts aid to crucial global agencies and individual African states. Let us look at this as an opportunity for us to style up.
You know, I have been saying this before, even before this whole Trump issue. I've been saying this even when I used to work on TV. Africa needs to
grow up.
Yes, and realize that we do not need to go to this place. I mean, you can go there if you have family, if you have business. By all means, please go there. But how about we also look at other destinations that are more welcoming?
Did you look at the star?
No, I haven't looked at the star.
ODM secret card as party starts 27 election pact talks with Ruto. This is interesting because they are talking with Ruto, and there's news that they're also talking with Kalonzo. Okay?
And talking is not bad.
As I said, they're talking. I'm not making a comment. I'm merely saying they're talking.
Yes.
This one I'm not even going to bother analyzing.
You have just said something.
So I will wait. See, they're talking. I'll wait for the outcome.
Right.
Then I will comment.
Okay.
President milks World Bank's 5 billion shilling hustler purse to charm youth and women. All right. Raila party agrees to open coalition deal with Kalonzo. That's also in the news. News.
At which party? Raila's party.
Yes, agrees to open coalition deal with Kalonzo.
Agrees.
This is what they've written here.
Unasoma star gani?
See, read.
Which page are you on?
The front page. Raila's party agrees to open coalition deal with Kalonzo. Then under that, ODM secret card. Bro.
Sawa bro, nimeiona. I'm sorry. Now, okay, continue.
Hey, Paul. This early onset is not good. Yes, you are young, chief. Okay, this is a focus.
This wants to join the show.
We'll invite her. Kitty Dio.
No. I'm sorry. I hadn't seen that particular because I looked at the paper. I hadn't seen it.
It's believe me, it's very normal. It's called change blindness.
Okay.
Meaning you're used to looking at a certain section of the paper.
Yeah.
Something in front of you and you won't see it. It is not unusual.
Okay.
Iranian crisis poses little impact on Kenya tea farmers. Iran imports tea from us. Okay? MPs challenge Badi on Safaricom sale, seeks assurance on job losses. Then they're concerned about jobs, huh?
Yes.
Cry, my beloved country.
Cry, your beloved country, indeed. We shall be having these political conversations in a short while, but I just want to focus kidogo too on that Uganda story.
Oh, no, by the way.
Yes.
There is drought raging in the northeastern part of Kenya, north and northeastern, and the Star has captured it well. Raging drought wipes out livestock in northern Kenya. This is worthy of a discussion.
Yes, I can see dozens of animals dead on the front page. Others on the verge of dying, like this beautiful camel.
By the time a camel gets to this stage, how serious do you think that drought is?
It's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad.
And you say what you want to say before the time does a thing on us.
Yeah, we have literally 40 seconds. Now, the Kenya Human Rights Commission, KHRC, has warned that a planned internet shutdown and restrictions on mobile services in Uganda during the election period could heighten human rights violations and undermine transparency as the country heads to the polls on Thursday. In a statement on Tuesday, Kenya Human Rights Commission said the Uganda Communications Commission had announced it would switch off public internet access and restrict some mobile services during Uganda's election period, a move the rights body described as coming at an already tense moment. So according to the directive, the suspension covers public internet access, the sale and registration of new SIM cards, and outbound data roaming services to one network area countries. So if you're a Ugandan and you're on roaming, just know that simu yako imezimwa. That is what the country has decided to do. Tough times we live in, Oh no, wait, tough times they are living in.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ministry of Education has issued a stern warning to politicians against making statements on national school administrations that could create fear or pressure among students and their families. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba emphasized that the process should remain guided by merit and fairness, warning that political commentary could harm learners' well-being. Speaking in Murang'a on Tuesday, Ogamba stressed that national schools exist to serve all high-performing students and their placement must not be influenced by political agendas or regional considerations.
We are sending a very strong warning to our leaders who are saying national schools should only admit students from the locality from where they come from. We must differentiate between the national school status of a school and issues relating to development of infrastructure of those schools using the CDF. Some of the institutions we are talking about were not built by CDF. They've been there for a very, very long time. CDF just came the other year, a number of years ago. So let us differentiate that because it could send the wrong signal.
The National Treasury has initiated the process of selling 15% stake in Safaricom PLC to the Vodacom Group in a transaction aimed at raising funds for development financing amid tightening fiscal conditions. Appearing before a joint committee on the National Assembly, Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury John Mbadi said the proposed partial divestiture is expected to generate about 204.3 billion Kenya shillings from the share sale. The total proceeds are projected at 244.5 billion Kenya shillings when an upfront dividend monetization component is included.
Even with the 35%, we were not using our board membership to control Safaricom. I want to give you examples. Even during COVID, when Safaricom had to lower the rates in terms of the duties charged, it was the CBK that made that call. It was never the National Treasury, which is the shareholder. So our shareholding has not been controlling Safaricom in terms of regulatory framework and how well it can secure the interests of Kenyans.
The Kenya National Examination Council has unveiled a free online program to strengthen the skills of senior school teachers in competency-based assessment. This initiative comes as schools prepare for the full implementation of the competency-based curriculum at the senior school level in 2026, offering a structured and accessible training platform for educators across the country. The training is hosted on Next Educational Assessment Resource Center portal, available to teachers at no charge. President William Ruto has slammed the opposition for opposing the Nyota program, through which the government is disbursing funds to the youth across the country to start up 2 small businesses. Speaking in Samburu County, the president accused the opposition of misusing the youth and undermining their potential. He also accused his opponents of spewing empty political rhetoric rather than presenting the agenda to the country.
Kama hamuna kitu ya kupanga ya hawa vijana, wachaneni na vitisho, wachaneni na uchochezi. Hawa vijana, they want a future. Wanataka kujua ajira itapatikana wapi. Wanataka kujua masomo wataendelea namna gani. Wanataka kujua biashara watafanya namna gani. Wanasiasa na viongozi ni maneno tu ya kupiga kura, maneno ya kupiga kura, lakini kupiga kura ni siku moja. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Lakini maisha ni kila siku. Biashara ni kila siku.
Iran has been grappled by deadly unrest as security forces crack down on mass protest with human rights organizations reporting over 2,000 deaths and President Donald Trump telling Iranians that help is on the way. The US-based human rights activist news agencies said at least 1,850 protesters, 135 security-affiliated individuals, 9 uninvolved civilians, and 9 children have died over 17 days of violent demonstrations. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. A big shout out to everyone who's tuned in. Wacha nianze na jamaa moja alikuwa amesaulika hapa kidogo. That is Evans Onyancha. Asema, good morning to you, good people. Well, good morning to you. Hussein Kelvin saying Storia lawyer ni con game. Why do we a fully funded at county if it can't function? Plus they privilege to work with the AG for further. Okay, I'll need to read this again later sometime so we can get the full scope of what exactly Hussein is saying. But Hussein, thank you so much and welcome to the show. Now, in this particular hour, we want to talk about money and finance. Money matters, debts versus saving and taking control of your money. And with us in studio, we do have the relationship manager, Consumer Banking at EcoBank Kenya Limited, Stephen Kimuyu. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much, Mbuvi.
I like I was telling you when you came in, I bank with you guys, but also you have been my clients twice.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes, I applied for a tender some time back and nikapata na nikawafanyia kazi mzuri sana because you came back. And gave me another thing to do for you, and which was awesome. So it's glad to have you in studio today.
Thank you.
How are things at EcoBank? Happy New Year, kwanza tuanzie hapo.
Happy New Year. They said we are going to have that kind of a conversation until March. May, depending on where you come from.
Yeah.
So we are right into that space.
Actually, I know of people that I will meet sometime in June and I'll be like, last year, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. It's the season and it's allowed.
All right.
Yes.
EcoBank.
Yes. EcoBank. Kenya.
Yes. EcoBank Kenya. Yes.
Yes. And we are good, and we are driving the business.
Yes, you are.
We are right into the space where we need to be, and making sure that we are also growing into our aspiration of becoming one of the biggest banks in Kenya.
Yes. Apart from, because I'm a customer, so so I receive a lot of SMSs from EcoBank and a lot of emails from EcoBank.
Yes.
But EcoBank is one of those banks that just, operates smoothly and silently. Is that by design?
Yes, of course. When you come into an industry that has already, had players who have been there for a long time, we came into the country in the year 2008, and so you have to put your cards, well placed, so that then you can be able to understand the market and ensure that by the time you're talking to your customers, you really understand what they want, and you're eventually offering solutions that are matching to their needs.
Yeah.
And that's why you have to sort of strategize and then slowly come into the space and eventually get to where you want to go. Yes.
When I knew EcoBank, it used to have this slogan, EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Yes.
And I found that really being a very bold statement. What would you say is EcoBank's, role as far as the finance of Africa is concerned? What role does EcoBank come into play as far as, just ensuring Africa is in a right position as far as our finances are concerned?
Okay, so the founders of EcoBank believed that they can build a bank that truly makes Africa integrated.
Yes.
Especially within the financial sector. And we have done that by making sure that we are penetrating the larger part of Africa. And currently we are serving 34 markets. By a wide margin, we are the leading bank in that space, especially in terms of country penetration. And so by providing solutions that are cutting across all those countries, having an institution that is able to serve customers from such a wide range of geographical and political and even language, currency, diversity. So we are playing into the space of uniting Africa and providing that inclusion. And that also plays when it comes to facilitating businesses to move from their home country into those other countries that we serve, because we understand those markets and we help those, especially large corporations and SMEs that are budging to go into different geographies. Then we help them to integrate, because we understand those places and those markets. So we help them to sort of have a softer landing, as opposed to them going to try to figure out what happens in those countries. So we can provide that integration seamlessly.
Even here in Kenya, you were one of the first banks to go digital. You had a digital app. You also had mobile banking. You also had internet banking, where people could log into their accounts and do transactions. But of course, there have been challenges as far as the banking sector is concerned currently. What would you say are some of the challenges that are facing the banking sector as a whole?
First in my mind would be the technological advancements that are happening almost every day, where you invest in a system and soon enough maybe there are changes, and so you have to rethink how you're going to distribute that solution. So that rapid change in technological advancements is one of the biggest challenges, if I would put it that way. Then, of course, the regulatory framework within the industry. Banking is one of the heavily regulated industries. And so whatever it is that you do has to be within the regulators and the government, policies and all that. So balancing risk, compliance, technological advancements, customers' needs, I think that poses a huge challenge to the banking sector. So what happens is that if you want to make sure that you're staying ahead, you have to understand all those things and make sure that whatever it is that you're doing as a bank, then it's fitting into all those aspects, so that then you don't rush to be technologically advanced, but then you fall on the side of the regulation, or you don't meet your customers' needs. So that balance is very good.
One thing that I also noticed in the last couple of, let's even say in the last 10 years alone, we have digital lenders that have come up, and people have sort of relied on them more than they would rely on banks, because number one, it's easier for me to get a loan from a digital lender as opposed to what it would be to get from a bank. A digital lender is as easy as just downloading it, and in a few minutes, you get your money if you have a good credit score. And that, of course, has brought a lot of competition to the banking sector.
For sure it has.
Would you say that you as banks are keeping up, or ni kama mmelegea kidogo?
How I'd put that is, you serve your customers based on how you understand them, as well as your capacity. So we may not necessarily say that we will go competing with the lenders, because they are probably serving a customer base that we may not be able to reach to, based on our strategies and where we want to go. But we have equally developed competitive solutions that would speak to the customers we are targeting. So much as, yes, the lending space, especially the mobile lending space, has really, of course, given us a run for our money. We are also making sure that we have solutions that are matching to some extent. And like in EcoBank, currently we are, in the works with digital lending solutions, which should be coming on board, pretty soon. and we will be able to offer our customer base that solution so that they don't necessarily need to go to look for it elsewhere.
And the government is one of your biggest competition, Hustler Fund, and many other funds, Youth Fund, and now we have Nyota and so on and so forth. And they are good funds, obviously.
Yes, of course.
But do you feel like perhaps even the government is doing what the private sector should be doing, perhaps even empowering the private sector to be able to provide these same services? Because as a Gava Kikuja, they are giving some very low rates as compared to what banks would give and so on and so forth. I don't know, what are your thoughts on that?
How I look at it is that while the government might then have such a solution,
yes,
what they may not be able to do is offer scale in terms of the amounts that they are disbursing to the customers.
Okay.
Because of course, the government would want to serve many people. So in that case, then you would not be able to do high tickets.
Yes.
So like the funds that you have mentioned would only get to a certain level. And you realize the way you access that is a bit different from how banks will do it. So for us, we'll do a lot of credit scoring. We will want to understand where you are coming from, but whatever the government is offering is sort of one shoe fits all. So it's not tailored. So when a customer needs a tailored solution, there's still going to be a lot of space for the bank to come in and plug in and sort that particular issue that the customer has, as opposed to a solution or a product that speaks to the masses and is sort of helping to equalize everyone. So we are speaking directly to the specific needs of the customers.
Right? There's a financial discussion that is often had, but you might as well be talking about something in outer space with reference to it. It's called saving. You can't save something you don't have.
For sure.
And with reference to money, there is a way in which you can actually get to a point where you have money that meets your needs, at least some of the basic needs, and some that you can put away. Now, there's what we call traditional banking practices.
Yes.
And traditional ways in which the institutions of banking look at ways in which they determine the creditworthiness of their clients. And use the word traditional. My question now, the traditional way in which banks go about this business of understanding and trying to determine whether people are creditworthy, how well does it work? Or is it time that banks looked at perhaps other ways or came up with alternative ways of determining creditworthiness as opposed to traditional way? Why do I say this? Because if people cannot access credit, then it is virtually impossible for them to change their lives. It is virtually impossible for them to move from where they are to the next. Okay.
Interesting perspective. Traditional ways of assessing the creditworthiness of a customer have been tried and tested, and that's why we rely on them. And how we do it, for example, if I can just talk about the process that we follow at EcoBank. So we will look at how much do you earn, and how have you engaged yourself in the past when it comes to borrowing and the repayment of those loans. So there's the aspect of behavior, there's the aspect of income, but there's also the aspect of how much exposure do you have to loans, and what more room do you have that you can accommodate more credit. Because we don't want to overburden our customers, and I think that's why most banks will actually do that. And in fact, the government has also come in with provisions of a third rule, for example, that makes sure that when you're borrowing, the aggregation of all financial institutions will at least make sure that they are leaving a certain portion of your income to you to continue doing your own businesses and all the other obligations. Otherwise, there are people who would actually say, take all my money and give me a certain loan. So we make sure that we are leaving a certain portion of your income, which the government stipulates at a third, so that then you can be able to continue running your life.
Yeah.
So we may not at this point be able to run away from the traditional ways of doing credit scoring, but of course with the changes in terms of how people are earning money, with more modernized ways of making money, for example, the gig economy.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think it will need to get to a point where banks and other financial institutions will be able to incorporate these additional types of income in their credit scoring, for example. Because I may have a salary, but I have identified other ways of making money that are outside my core job. And of course, hoping that they are within the confines of your employer if you're employed. If you're in business, you may be running a certain business that is your core job, but you're also doing many other things that are bringing you money.
Yeah.
So the ability for financial institutions to look at all those sources of income and see how they're going to incorporate that into the credit scoring, not just looking at your main income, is going to, I think, as we go along, going to be an important factor of moving away from that very structured traditional way of doing credit scoring.
You see, there is a cadre of individual in a country like Kenya who you can easily score in the manner in which banks have traditionally done so.
Yes.
But they're a small percentage of our population. If you take the view that the vast majority of our people are still in the rural areas,
yes,
their relationship with money is very different from the relationship that somebody who's employed in an urban setting has.
True.
But there are commonalities. For instance, in this communication age, they all have a tool for communication. It's called a phone. They all make financial transactions through their phones.
Yes.
See?
Yeah.
It serves as the very same thing as you would if you had a bank account where money comes in and out. The telephones also provide credit services. And the way one relates the credit services within the phone, that also indicates someone's ability to take a loan and repay it and the frequency with which they do so. Now, why I'm sticking to this is for one simple reason. Now, this is now the misfortune of having lived a little longer.
Is it a misfortune or a blessing?
When you hear what I'm about to say, you'll understand why I'm saying it's a misfortune.
Okay.
You see, when you have a situation where banks have the alternative of earning money and making profit from government bonds, they do not focus on the so-called mwananchi. Not really. They will provide basic services, but it is a business, a bank. It's a business. They are not a social organization that seeks to necessarily do what the government is supposed to do. It's not a welfare, it's not a CBO. That we understand. However, if I'm not wrong, the fundamental function of a bank is essentially to buy and sell money.
Yep. The traditional way.
That's what you do. So, if in the long run, this particular customer is the one who then again may be represented in an entity that is called a corporate setup, the same individual.
Yes.
Now, this individual at some point is young. When they are young is when they are a captive audience, if they can be captured.
Yes.
But if you look at the bankable community that we have in Kenya, the statistics are not very pleasing, are they?
Of course they're not. So that leads us to looking at it in this sense, or in this way, that when you are looking at a customer, you need to understand their circumstances. And what we have done is that, and you have seen players who have come in the industry and changed a lot of things. And that's the beauty of competition. We are in a capitalistic environment where, it's liberal, and I can come and bring in a different aspect, from what everyone else is doing. And without mentioning names or brands, we saw one player that came and changed the landscape in a great way by saying, look, you don't need to have any bank balance to open an account, as it was there before, and it's a fact. And it has that decision alone has transformed the way banking is done in Kenya. And from that point on, there was an inclusion of the people who are bankable, because if I no longer need to have a bank balance, and I can be able to open an account, and you wait for me until I get the money, then I bring it on board. But you have already accommodated me and given me an account.
Yes.
Then that's a good thing. And so we will continue seeing players come, because in as much as it's competition, or rather it's we are a business, we will also look at how to edge each other out as businesses. So I'll come and look at what is my competitor doing, and if I was to do that, then it will give me an edge. And now that competition is now actually what is going to lead to a situation where we are serving more people. And indeed, you have seen an increase in the number of bankable clients in the country over the years. And that is going to continue. And for example, we now have a way of reaching to the people you're talking to who are in the rural areas, for example, with digital banking. We have recently introduced a digital account opening tool. Now, before, we have 16 branches in the country. We could only realistically reach the customer base that is maybe within a certain radius from the branches that we have. But now, with a digital tool, I can share that with someone who is, let's say, in Samburu, or in Turkana, or in Kwale, where we don't have physical presence. And they can now be able to open an account and be served in the same way like someone who is sitting in Nairobi. So increasingly, banks are becoming innovative in ways that they're going to reach out to the customer. Of course, now that will eventually extend to like lending solutions as we become of age and knowing how to use technology to do scoring, to, as you're saying, use the mobile aspect of doing finances, like the mobile lending or the mobile banking and the mobile, the money transfer. And we use that to score you and to see what transactions are you doing, and are you at a place where we can rely on that data to score you for credit.
Does the banking industry think, feel, understand that there is a role they need to play in enhancing the financial literacy of their customers and the would-be customers? Remember, I ended up by talking about young people.
Yes.
What many people think is financial literacy is not financial literacy. If I know bank accounts exist and I can open an account, that's not financial literacy.
Of course, that's not. It's part of it, but it's a very small portion of it.
Yes. Do banks or the banking sector feel that there is a need? All these questions I'm asking are gearing me towards that same point. The idea of having access to credit so that you can meet certain needs and be in a position where you can save, as opposed to looking for ways of accumulating debt.
Yes, so financial literacy, it's a good conversation, and I think that's one of my greatest passions within the banking industry. Over the years, having gained quite a bit of financial knowledge, the way I make sure that I'm being useful in this country is providing financial literacy. That's what I can do, as they say, without getting paid. And yes, we do facilitate financial literacy, and we do that especially from the space that I work in, by ensuring that we are talking to individuals about how to, one, understand different sources of income. So it's not just about telling them how a bank account works, but we're teaching them how you can be able to make money in ways that are more than one, because a lot of people rely on a single stream of income. So exposing customers to different types of incomes is one of the key things that we do. The other one is knowing how to manage the money when it lands in your hands, and it usually starts way before the money comes. If you wait until you have the money to start managing it, then you're already starting a losing battle. Because somehow, from my interaction with money, when money lands in your hands, it's like it knows where to go if you don't tell it where to go. And most of the time, it will go to the wrong places. I don't know how that happens. So you need to sort of think of what you're going to do with your money before you get it. Otherwise, if you wait until it comes, it will give you ideas. I usually joke with people and tell you, if I dished you 1,000 shillings today, immediately the money lands in your hands, you will start thinking, where do I take what was pending, what. And you see, you didn't have a plan for it, but you're already starting to think of how you're going to use it. It's like we have, I don't know, we don't want to coexist with money. Immediately it comes, we want it to go. Somehow.
An executive in this country said that Kenyans have peculiar spending habits.
Yes.
And also communication habits.
Yes.
But also, just to chime in on what City has said in regards to how Kenyans bank.
Yes.
I believe in one of the reasons why even President Ruto was talking about people, just getting onto the Hustler Fund is so that you can also create some kind of banking history for yourself. Because a lot of people, especially those in the informal sector, we're talking about Jua Kali folks and watu wengine wa mjengo and so on. That's more or less the Jua Kali sector. Those guys didn't have any banking history.
Yeah, they don't have banking history.
Yeah, such that it was difficult for them to get bank loans.
And yet they have a history with receiving and disbursing money.
Oh yes. So through initiatives such as the Hustler Fund, it was now easy for them to actually have a history where institutions such as his can look at your credit score and say, okay, ulikopa Hustler Fund ukalipa. So chances are ukitukopa utalipa.
Then utalipa, yes.
Yeah, but now also I'm thinking of ways that perhaps even banks need to innovate to ensure they cast a wider net in terms of just getting Kenyans to bank. One of the things a lot of Kenyans will do is they trust cash more than they trust anything else. I'd rather see the money here. Like my grandmother, unaweza mtumia simu kwa pesa kwa simu, lakini hata amini hiyo pesa imefika.
They want to withdraw it.
Exactly, until she withdraws it, and then she's like, okay, so now here's my 20,000. Yeah, so I don't know. Any other innovations we're looking forward to? Because now I feel like, and I could be wrong on this, digital banking has now reached its maximum potential.
Has it?
I'm not sure whether that is
correct
assessment, because there are still very many gaps or opportunities that are ahead.
Okay.
Because we haven't reached the maximum we can be able to reach as a country in terms of penetration of bankable customers. But at the same time, even if people have accounts, then other solutions will need to come in, and we'll be able we will need to be able to speak to the need that they have. So, for example, if it's a small business person who is starting off, today, then we need to know how to help them. First of all, make sure that whatever they are doing with their business, that money is ending up in a financial institution. And a lot of people, there's a lot of money that circulates that is not traceable. And I've previously served customers who have told me, I know I can afford this loan.
Yes.
But when you ask them for to support that sentiment or that belief, they don't have a way of doing that, because what happens is that they will start a business, they will be making money, and they make their payments before the money reach to any financial institution. So you have a lot of transactions that are going on that are not recorded, they are not documented. So you receive money, you pay your supplier. Now that should have been money that should have gone through a bank, so that tomorrow at least I will know I made this much money, and it was reflected in a financial system, that then tomorrow I can be able, or rather a month later or a year later, and you ask me for statements, I can be able to provide the history of what I've been doing with money.
See, that's where the subject of literacy comes in.
Yes.
Because they could do the same thing, but understanding, look, when you get the money, you'll do exactly what you want to do.
Yes.
Put it in the bank account. In fact, we can help you even make those payments.
Yes.
True.
All right?
Yes.
So that we even structure it. If it's something that is regular, we'll even tell you what to do.
True.
Remove the burden of you having to call people and what have you and do all this sort of thing. If someone isn't informed of it and they do not know, then they will do what they think they know, and they will believe that it works for them.
And they will not know that they're making a mistake.
Yes, they will
Yet
not know that
it's costing them.
Yes, the very thing that would give them access to even more money is the very thing that they are denying themselves by going about their business the way they do.
True. And yesterday I was on the streets of social media, and I was listening to a lady who was saying they have learned something. That there's something they wanted to do. They wanted to expand their business, and they actually took capital from their business to do that. Until after they had done that, someone talked to them and told them, do you know that there are banks that can finance that expansion to the tune of 70%? And that would have saved the entire amount of money to continue doing business well. They access a facility from the bank, and they are able to do the expansion. Well, their core capital continues to do more business and potentially make much more money than the interest they are paying to the bank. And so much as you would look at it as a cost, whatever rate that the bank would give them, this money, now it's tied. But if it had been unlocked, then it would have done more to help them advance their business instead of being tied down to maybe fixtures or setting up the new unit of business. So that literacy is actually very important.
But when you look at a situation where somebody takes money from their business, what they don't understand is the loss of opportunity.
True.
Because that money can continue doing what it does, and you can get some other money that can do whatever else you want. Now, again, how do you get people to understand such concepts? Because it is something that the banks do.
Yes. And they have those solutions.
Yes, they do. Yes. And they can even give you openings that you yourself may not even have understood. This is what they do every day, so they'll know.
Now that again goes back to the whole issue of financial literacy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because, like you said, you saw this in the streets of social media. Imagine if that information was with that individual deep in the bundles of the Ushago, whereby they actually have that little money and they can be like, okay, so this little money I have, I can still, invest more into my business, and I can still go to the bank, get extra cash to continue investing in this business, or even open another business. And I find that, unfortunately, banks are failing in that, including EcoBank.
So there are opportunities that we have created for ourselves, and I'll talk about one such facility. We have an offering we call Elevate, which is essentially women banking, or women. We have a tailor-made solution for women-led banking, or rather women-led businesses. And what we do is that we provide literacy through, of course, organized groups, specifically under Elevate, and we also make sure that we are bringing some of this information to the community, especially the business community. So there are those setups that we create. Of course, what I've seen is that people also don't sort of provide themselves or avail themselves for some of these fora, because and I don't know why it is the case, because anytime you tell people to come and learn, mostly they're going to shun such opportunities. They'll ask you, is there anything I'm going to get? Unfortunately,
Kenyans for you.
So we also, as individuals or as business people, are not hungry enough to learn. And if we can have that sort of merger between the availability of information as well as the need or the hunger to learn. And allow me to say that probably what we need to tell people is that you need to take charge of your own learning journey. Because truth be told, Mbuvi, today, we don't have a shortage of information. We don't have a shortage of information.
I agree.
What we lack is sort of the drive to access that information. Right now, no one can tell me that there is something I need to learn and I will not get access to it, even for free. We have the YouTubes of this world. We have the TikToks of this world. And depending on how you have tuned your social media, for example, and the kind of content you consume, of course you will continue getting similar. So if you're a business person and you're yearning for knowledge, you will definitely end up getting that information. For example, my feed on social media is mostly right now it's AI a lot because I've become an AI enthusiast of late. I'll be fed with a lot of opportunities to make money, either online or otherwise. Understanding how, especially things like vibe coding and software composing and all that, because that is what I'm interested right now.
So that is what that's the kind of content you consume, and that is what is fed to
what is fed to me.
Okay.
So for business people and even individuals, if you're yearning for that financial knowledge, start looking for that information. And as it is, the algorithm as it is now will, as they say, conspire to sort of feed you more of that. So my encouragement to everyone who is listening to us today is the information is available. So even as banks create opportunities to do financial literacy, it is more on us to look out for that information, because if you wait until, let's say, EcoBank arranges for a forum where they'll come and teach you, the probability that program will meet you, and we are almost 60 million now.
Yes.
It might be very slim. But if you take charge of that process of acquiring the knowledge, you will find it everywhere.
True.
Even walk into a bank, if you're a business person, I usually say, learning precedes earning. And that is a statement that has helped me a lot in terms of what I'm able to do, because if I give myself the chance to learn, then I am putting myself in a position where I'm giving myself the ability to start earning from that knowledge. And rarely will you make money from something you don't know, as we had said earlier. So there are many opportunities to learn, and so my encouragement is that let's look for this information. So even as the bank is doing everything it can to provide these programs and fora, then as individuals or business people, we go out and learn, because you are responsible for your own journey, so to speak.
We've been reading in the newspapers that Kenyans currently are very broke. They're not taking up loans because they're unable to repay them. Others are even losing their property, and so on and so forth. So from where you sit as a banker, is that a true representation of what the headlines have been saying?
Of course, there is the macro and the micro. We are still lending. Actually, we are lending more than we have lent before.
Who are you lending to?
We are lending to a whole range of customer base. So, of course, each bank will have its sort of niche, focus. So the space that I'm in, for example, we do lend to individuals who are employed and they have a regular income. Yeah, and we have seen an increase, and these are mostly the people who are going to take loans and then go and drive the economy, because we also teach them to make sure that whenever they are taking a loan, they are doing it so that they can go and invest rather than to consume. Of course, people borrow for different reasons, but what we have done is that we have created an opportunity for those who have the income to come and get money from the bank and now go and drive the microeconomy, because I think that is basically what happens. So you who has a regular income and you can be able to sustain a 5 million loan, a 7 million, we do a maximum of $70,000 as the limit for individual borrowing, the so-called unsecured loans that are salary backed. And that, you see, imagine you're getting access to $70,000 right now, equivalent to about 8.5 million. That is in dollars. In Kenya shillings, it's going to be 7 million. That is an amount that can unlock a whole other industry within whatever area of interest that you have. So those are the people we are lending to, and we have seen an increase in the appetite for loans, because Kenyans are inherently entrepreneurial, and we know how to do business, and we understand that for me to advance, I may not just rely on one source of income. I need to be able to multiply this, and I leverage the so-called using OPM or other people's money to advance myself.
Other people's money.
Other people's money.
Yeah.
So we are lending. So CT, we are lending to even SMEs and MSMEs, the so-called micro. We have solutions that would speak to their businesses, and we are empowering them to grow, to expand, things like acquisition of assets to advance their businesses.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So acquisition of assets such as buildings, vehicles.
Yes.
As long as it's going towards driving their businesses.
Yes.
Okay.
So of course we'll ask you, what are you going to do with the money?
Yeah.
And it has to be structured so that at the end of the day we know it's not going to burden you, but rather it's going to provide for you an extra revenue stream, and that is going to support the business growth as well as the repayment of the loan.
City, very many years ago when I got my first salary, I went to a bank to borrow a loan because I wanted to buy a car.
How long had you been banking with that bank?
Hiyo bank ilinirudisha nyumbani.
Yes. but bro, surely.
Yes.
You are financially illiterate at that particular point in time. You see, when I started working, there was a bank after, it was 3 or 6 months of I was working for the government, I was a teacher.
Yes.
Going in, there was an officer who actually came to inform me that I could access an overdraft. I did not know what an overdraft was. I could access an overdraft, the equivalent of my salary, which was 2,200. Okay? I said, okay. What do you mean? So they explained. I said, oh. And how is it deducted?
They told you.
Well, yes, because the money comes into the account.
And it's wiped.
Yes. So if you're not careful, you'll be living on that overdraft. But they actually made it possible for you to utilize twice what you're earning at a particular point in time.
Yeah.
See, that was my first introduction to what you may call credit. Okay. Then I experienced other financial benefits from a financial institution where they are the ones who informed me and told me, given that this is what you earn, this is what we can do. Then a gentleman called Kibaki became president, and then he made it possible for people to earn salaries to do things that previously they could not do. Okay?
Yes. The economy opened up.
Yes, not only did it open up, the government wasn't burdening the economy by borrowing excessively from it. They were borrowing a very small, yes, it is true, Stephen, they were borrowing a very small portion. So banks had to wake up and start hawking.
The loans now.
Yeah, they were hawking. Yeah. They were everywhere, and they were making it possible. And when you talk about the economy growing, that is precisely what happened. Suddenly, more people could buy cars, more people could do things. That whole space opened up, and it just kept opening up and opening up and opening up. But something which I need to ask, because for me this is important.
Yeah.
There is the culture of savings that, in my opinion, my lay opinion, we don't seem to have. There are benefits that accrue from having a saving culture. One looks at countries in the East, whether it's the Asian tigers or whether it's just Japan and China.
Yeah.
You're talking about people who have a saving culture. They save money. Stephen, tell us about the benefits of having that culture and how it helps an economy.
Okay. And I'll do that by giving a story. When I got employed, I was employed on contract for about a year. And as fate would have it, good fate for that matter, I thank God, I got a permanent job a year later. And of course that would come with an increment in my salary.
Yes.
By around 20,000 or thereabout. I was lucky to have gone through a financial literacy class internally with the employer I was working for then. And what I did as a very drastic decision is to continue living on the same salary I was when I was on contract. And I channeled the entire 20,000 incremental salary into a savings account. So what that meant is that after a year, I had enough money to set out my life, and that is the money I used to arrange for my wedding arrangements, to start off a life. and that was my goal, because as a young person, I believed in setting up the family as a basis of my operations. Then I start focusing from there. I had met a girl in my campus life, and so
yes, they tend to do that to people.
So I channeled the entire amount, and I can tell you from that point on, that saving culture cropped in me, and so the fact that I could withhold the urge to upgrade my life because I've now started getting a bigger salary was what then set out my life for the financial success that I've been able to get till now. And there are many ways of saving. So you could actually do direct savings into a savings account. And what I recommend is doing it in an automated way. What do I mean by that? You make the decision once that I'll be saving this amount of money. You give instructions to your bank such that when money lands in my account, take this portion, channel it to chosen vehicle. It can be a saving, it can be a money market account, whichever mode of saving you choose to work with. Of course, there are other considerations as to where you save the money. We can come to that later.
Okay.
But that decision, you make it once, you automate, and you don't have to contend with, do I save or do I not save on a monthly basis. You've made it once, automate, so that by the time you're accessing your account, that money is no longer there. And we sort of have a tendency to plan with what we have. So the fact that you've taken it away from your view, then it helps you to continuously build that habit.
Okay.
And then the other way to make sure that you're saving is with advent of innovation. As I told you, we like innovating.
Yes.
We have a solution we call Save As You Spend. And we are among, I think, the few banks or the only bank that does that.
How does it work?
So it works like this. So you have a current account and a savings account. So you come and tell us, I may not have a savings culture, and I may not have decided I'll save this amount of money. But for every 100 shillings I spend on my account, either by swiping, by withdrawing, by making a payment, take 5% of that amount from the remainder and channel it into a savings account. So it means that the more I spend,
the more I'm saving.
the more I am saving. So shortly after, you will eventually end up spending, right? So as you're spending, you're also building up your savings. And then after a period of time, you can decide, let me take now what has been accumulated in my savings account and now go and probably push it to an investment account. So if your problem was that you never found yourself with the ability to save, like you can't sit down and say, I'm saving this amount of money, then now you're forcing yourself to save as you continue spending. And it's a fantastic solution we have at EcoBank. So I don't know whether you knew that. So
No, I didn't know.
You could actually take advantage.
Yeah.
You walk into or call your relationship manager and you ask them to facilitate the save as you spend functionality in your account. So every time you swipe, the money will be channeled into the savings account. So that's another way of sort of forcing yourself to save. And you for sure that's a very sure way of saving, because either way you will spend money. So
that is saving for somebody who has a regular salary.
Not necessarily. Even for someone who doesn't have a regular. You see, you will eventually have money, whether it's regular or irregular. So if you have taken that option to save as you spend, whenever the money comes, a portion of it will be taken into your savings account.
Even if it comes once a year.
Even if it comes once a year, you will still have a way of pushing it into the savings account. And then you have to have the discipline of, again, not accumulating and then you spend all of it. So you also have to have, why am I saving? Because that's the other way to look at it.
Have a specific target.
Yes, have a specific target. Why am I really building this culture? It can be for the sake of it, to help yourself withhold from spending everything that you earn, as we usually say as one of the financial principles, that you make sure that you're always spending less than you earn, so that then you have reserves to upgrade your life or to make your tomorrow better than today. Otherwise, if you spend everything that you earn, then you will work until you die, because you will never have a buffer to achieve the goals that you want to achieve.
Yeah.
Yes. Then the other way to save, and I know this can be controversial, or people can argue against it, is through loans.
Yeah.
It's an interesting concept. What do I mean? If you want to buy an asset that is costly, or have some level of cost, let's say a piece of land or something of the sort. We are talking of someone who is earning a regular income here. Instead of saying I'll save 20,000 shillings every month, let me give an example.
Yes.
If you identify a piece of land, maybe you want to settle down and build, and you go and ask the person who is selling the piece of land, and they tell you it's costing 1 million shillings. And so you say that my ability is to put down 20,000 shillings every month. How long will it take you to save for that piece of land?
Yes. 20,000 a month? That's 50 months. So that's roughly 4 years.
Yes. Now, by the time you're getting to 1 million, you go back to that guy. What do you think they're going to tell you? You now want to buy the piece of land that is worth 1 million shillings.
Yes.
Was worth 1 million shillings 4 years ago.
Yeah.
What would they tell you?
Right now it has appreciated.
Possibly to maybe 1.4 or something of the sort. Now, you will either have to save longer and keep chasing that dream.
Yes.
Or you'll have to contend with
getting a smaller piece of land.
A smaller or a less valuable, or maybe further, because what would happen is that you'll need to go further uptown or rather outward of town to get now a piece of land that is costing that much.
Yes.
So the dream that you had to do, if you were to say you're going to save into it, then it might never come. The alternative would be you go to an institution that would accommodate your 20,000 shillings as a loan repayment. You access the 1 million shillings.
Now.
You go and buy that piece of land.
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
And then you pay the bank, of course, with a smaller chunk interest. But now what will happen, the difference between those two scenarios is that any capital appreciation that is happening on this piece of land is not causing that asset to run away from you, like in the previous situation.
So you're not
now
chasing a carrot.
Yes, you're not chasing a carrot. It's now happening in your name. And you will mostly find that the capital appreciation that piece of land has gained will be far much more than the interest you had to pay for that particular amount of money.
It makes a lot of sense.
So yes, it's a loan, but for you used that money to achieve your goal sooner rather than later. And now you have put yourself in a position where you have an asset that is growing in value, and hopefully that when people take money, they do it for borrowing rather than they take it for investment, like the example we have given, rather than consuming, because we also have people who take loans to just enjoy themselves, which we highly advise against. So that's just one example of a saving culture that you can build. Identify something you have always wanted to do, approach a bank, knock that off your list, and then now use the income that you continue earning to recover from that position of the loan. And once that is done, after that period of time, do another one like that. Or you can even now do what is called a loan top-up. And you have identified another need. You have paid down your loan maybe to halfway through. You have identified something else that you need to do. You again go and access that money, you achieve it. So instead of waiting for 5 years to achieve your goals, you achieve your goals now, and then you sort of pledge your future income into recovering from that position. So that's now what is called leveraging. So you're using your salary in a smart way, or your income in a smart way, and this can happen both for individuals as well as businesses.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. We've literally come to the end of the show, but we have about a minute before we switch off the microphone.
Yes.
You did say, I'll allow you one more sales opportunity. You said you have something for the ladies, which is Elevate.
Yes.
Do you have anything else for us when you're tunavanga trousers?
Everything else is available for everyone.
Yes.
It's only that I think where we are as an economy, and even as a world, where financial institutions and other people, they are tailoring a solution for women,
Yes.
because they have been previously marginalized.
Okay.
So you are sort of giving them an advantage that
You're giving a head start.
it's a head start, and just to help them sort of catch up.
Okay.
So it's not like we are forgetting the gentlemen, because everything else is available for them. But then we realize that, or many players realize that which is available for everyone is putting the women in a disadvantaged solution situation. So you need to sort of bring them a notch higher, so that then probably they can cut them.
Do you have anything for the youth?
Yes, we have a youth account, and we make sure that we are talking to universities. For example, right now we are working with very many universities to provide solutions that will help them get into the financial sector.
Okay.
And we are working with quite a number of them, and that is also helping us to endear ourselves to them when they are young, and they will know us as their favorite financial institution.
Yes.
So that by the time they even start in working,
Right.
they will remember that we talked to them when they were just starting off life.
All right. Thank you so much, Stephen Kimuyu. He is the relationship manager, consumer banking at EcoBank Kenya Limited. We are taking a short break, but when we return in the next hour, we are hosting the one and only Frederick Okango. He's a strategic advisor, and the conversation with him is about the broad-based government. Is it a game changer? That's the question we're asking in this hour. Stephen, we invite you again. Now,
Thank you.
Situtoroke after today.
We will definitely have this again,
Yes.
and I hope you will have us back.
Yes.
And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah.
And we invite you to come and talk about that conversation.
For sure.
We talked earlier.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Anti-narcotics unit detectives have arrested a suspected drug trafficker and seized heroin worth 1.9 million Kenya shillings during an intelligence-led operation in Nakuru. The suspect, 42-year-old Ephantus Kariuki, was arrested while riding a motorcycle after detectives flagged luggage he was carrying as suspicious. As such, it revealed 397 grams of heroin concealed inside the luggage. Officers also recovered 2 rolls of bang. The suspect is being held as investigations continue ahead of his arraignment. Kiharu Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro has announced reduction in day secondary school fees from 1,000 to 500 shillings per term for all learners from grade 10 to Form 4. This is under the Kiharu Masomo Bora Program 2026. The move is expected to benefit more than 12,000 students across 65 day secondary schools in the constituency. Nyoro says the fee structure will take effect from term 1 of 2026.
Kiharu Masomo Bora 2026 edition, which we have launched today. Tumesema ya kwamba mwanafunzi yeyote ako grade 10, Form 3 and 4 in all the day secondary schools in Kiharu, which are around 65, covering 12,000 learners, that the school fees in Kiharu is only 500 shillings per term. And the learners will take lunch in school from Monday to Saturday.
The government has taken steps to tighten control over who manages recruitment, dismissals, and discipline in workplaces across the country. This follows a major announcement by Human Resource Management Professionals Examinations Board, which has rolled out reforms aimed at locking out unqualified HR practitioners and making state certification the only legal requirement for practicing human resource management.
That it is only HRMPEP, Human Resource Management Professionals Examination Board, that is mandated by law in this country to certify human resource professionals. And therefore, any other institution purporting to have certified candidates to, professionals, it is not true. Those are fake. There are those who are even using as a similar name, like ours, something to do with the CHRP or something.
A 23-year-old woman in Bungoma has begun a 74-hour tree-hugging protest to speak out against corruption in public offices. The protest is happening near the railway line opposite Poster Grounds, where Flora Onyango says she will hold onto a tree for 3 days without leaving. Onyango says the act is meant to get people talking and raising awareness about what she believes is widespread corruption in the country.
Nimepanga kusurvive bila kukula na kukunywa maji.
Akasema anaweza, akaingia hapa akashika mti, akasema unaona mti gani unaweza? Akasema anaweza yenye unamwona hako saizi hii. Akasema anaweza. Kweli akaingia hapa akashika mti, tukafanya mchezo, sisi tukakaa kando tukamwangalia, tukaja kumuuliza, "Uko na security hapa?" "Hauna security, si ndio wakazi hapa." Tukakaa naye ikafika saa 7, saa 8, saa 9, saa 10. Tukaona huyu alikuwa anamaanisha. Kweli tukaona anamaanisha saa 10, saa 11. Mimi nikachukua jukumu ya kupigia rafiki yangu kwe.
Sudan has reclaimed 570 cultural artifacts that were stolen during the nation's ongoing civil war, unveiling them in a ceremony that highlighted the urgent need to preserve the country's historical heritage. The collection, spanning prehistoric, ancient, Islamic and modern eras, was displayed publicly for the first time. Jibril Ibrahim, the Minister of Finance and National Economy, described the recovered items as a testament to Sudan's historic and cultural identity. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Antoine Semenyo and Ryan Sheki both scored as Manchester City took control of the Carabao Cup semi-final against holders Newcastle United. Semenyo only completed his £65 million move from Bournemouth less than a week ago, but the new arrival has already made a huge impact. After netting one and setting up another on his debut in the club record equaling 10-1 rout against Exeter City at the weekend, the forward stepped up with a crucial opener in the first leg of the semi-final at St. James's Park. Gabon's government has lifted the sanctions it imposed on the national team and Panther striker Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang after their exit from the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. The side's performance during the finals in Morocco, where they finished bottom of Group F, was branded as disgraceful by then Sports Minister Simplice Desire Mambula. Mambula announced the suspension of the team, the sacking of coach Thierry Muyuma, and the exclusion of former Arsenal and Chelsea man Aubameyang and captain Bruno Ekwele Manga from the Panthers setup on January 1st. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
Every birth is a moment filled with hope, love, and trust. At the Nairobi South Hospital, we honor this journey by providing world-class maternity care in a safe, modern, and compassionate environment. From antenatal care to delivery and postnatal support, our advanced facilities and dedicated team of doctors, midwives, and nurses ensure every mother and baby receives personalized, dignified care. The Nairobi South Hospital, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation Classifieds. This is Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. It is now 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. In Mombasa, we are on 90.7 FM, and in Garissa, it's 89.5 FM. And of course, hapa kwa HQ, that is Nairobi, it's on 88.8 FM. Right now, we want to talk about the broad-based government. And the question is it a game changer? In studio, we do have a strategic advisor, that is Frederick Okango. Fred, good morning. Welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Yes.
And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I think this is my second or third time here.
It is second.
Second time.
Okay, yeah. The first time you were here, we were talking about hii mambo ya compensation. Na tumeona venye kulienda. Any comments on that before we get into this broad-based conversation?
Thank you. We, first of all, because there are active orders against the panel, I would not want to go into details of that. We have complied as a panel with what the court wanted, and we gave our statement the other time about that. Professor Makao Mutua. We are going back to court Kerugoya on 20th
of this month
for compliance conference, and we hope that the court will consider what has happened in view of amending the Gazette notice.
Right.
And we can pick it from there.
Okay.
Yes.
For sure. All right. So, welcome back. Someone was asking us in the previous hour, we were talking with someone from EcoBank. At what point do we stop saying Happy New Year? I don't know.
It's Happy New Year. Every year is a happy one.
Yes,
so until December 31st,
it's Happy New Year.
Still Happy New Year. Till you cross over. Yeah, so I hope Kenyans are having a happy new year.
They are.
We have challenges.
They are.
But we pray that every time we wake up in the morning, we have a happy day, a happy week, a happy month, and a happy quarter. And definitely a happy new year.
I need to give a shout out here to a gentleman called the Kikombe. Kikombe anasikiza kutoka Phuket, or is it Phuket in Thailand?
That is in Thailand.
Yes. He's saying that he has checked in without odious debt. Ama tunalipa. Well, Kikombe, the last time I checked, there's a plan to pay debts here in this country, odious or otherwise. And then there's Zach anasema, good morning CT, I've come for wisdom. Ooze it. Ice is icing us here in the ice. Yeah, trying to be poetic there. Lovely. Abila 1961 saying, good morning CT and Buvi, listening from Mwambao in Pwani. Well, tutakuja kule Pwani Abila, alafu tutaonyesha Mwambao ni wapi haswa. Frederick, one question that people have been talking, one thing rather, not a question per se, but one thing that has been on many Kenyans' lips is the broad-based government. And in the last couple of months, especially after the death of Baba.
Raila Odinga.
Yes. Now, broad-based government inashikilia ama iko na shida, because we are seeing a lot of partners within this government, within that broad-based coalition, saying different things. So I just want to understand what's not happening.
You know, Raila Amolo Odinga on 7th March 2025 made a decision after consulting the people of Kenya, particularly supporters, on way forward. Raila Amolo Odinga made a decision to work with William Ruto on a 10-point agenda.
Right.
He signed that document. His signature is on that document. President William Ruto's signature is on that document. It is on the basis of that document that the two gentlemen agreed to move Kenya forward. Out of the 10-point agenda, one of them was full implementation of the NADCO report, strengthening of devolution, fighting corruption, youth employment, and many others. So, the broad-based arrangement, as was crafted through an MOU that was publicly broadcasted to the members of the public via media, was an arrangement that brought two people together, two parties together for the benefit of the people of Kenya. If you ask me that question, I will answer you this way.
Yes.
The broad-based arrangement stabilized this country. The broad-based arrangement has seen regions in this country that were initially marginalized in terms of development receive their fair share of development. That is the Luo Nyanza region. The broad-based arrangement has seen inclusivity in the cabinet of President William Ruto, which is a requirement by law, that in appointing the cabinet, there shall be regional and ethnic diversity of the people of Kenya. Today, we have Oparanya from Western.
Yes.
We have Joe from Coast. We have Askul from Turkana. We have Mbadi from Suba. We have Opio Wandai from Luo Nyanza. In my view, the broad-based arrangement has helped this country more. However, there have been challenges, as you say. The partners in the broad-based government, particularly from ODM,
yes,
there have been challenges. But those challenges are what democracy is about. Democracy does not mean you stifle people's opinion. It means you allow people to speak what they want, but the party structures also have spoken. The party leader, Gen Z, Oburu Oginga, has said...
You've called him a Gen Z?
Yes, he
okay.
is.
All right.
Gen Z is not about age. It's about how you think.
All right.
He has said it that as we are today, we are going to face the coming election through partnerships.
Okay.
And the party organs have given him an opportunity to go and seek partnership with the like-minded, starting with United Democratic Alliance, led by President William Ruto. So in my view, the broad-based government, with all the challenges that we have as a people of Kenya, has managed to bring into this country some form of calmness that has enabled us now to start thinking, how do we advance our politics for the benefit of the people?
Challenges aside, what would you say, for instance, have been some of the achievements of the broad-based arrangement, other than the 10-point agenda, which is currently, from what we understand, being implemented by the committee that was selected? What would you say has been achieved ever since the broad-based government came into place?
Let me tell you, when the young people went to the streets and demanded accountability,
yes,
demanded that this country must use the rule of law so that they advance, it was not an easy task for the president. And it is on that basis that as political stability was engineered, and Raila Amolo Odinga conceded that the country is bigger than any other person. That in itself is the biggest achievement of broad-based government. That arrangement that brought together two protagonists that competed in an election 2022 that could not see eye to eye, they put aside their differences and focused on one thing called Kenya, to stabilize this country. The reason why me and you are in this studio today talking is because we are free and because there's no violence out there that has been instigated politically. That was one achievement. The second achievement, in my view, was bringing of people who are equally needed in this country to your government and help you govern in a manner that they can reach out and deliver these services to the other people outside there. That in itself, William Ruto managed to bring together a cabinet that, in my view, is inclusive.
Okay.
Number three, today, because of broad-based arrangement, we can actually see regions that initially were perceived to be anti-government and therefore ordinarily and politically were not receiving development as per the law, as per requirement, even though it's supposed to happen. Today they are getting that. When you go to Luo Nyanza,
yes,
there's dualling of highways, fish landing bays, piers, road network, affordable housing, healthcare. All these things are now taken there because it is part of Kenya. Initially, they were not going to happen as you think, because that region never voted for President Ruto. But today, because of broad-based, we can see, and many other countries. Number four, the inclusion of some of the members of the opposition in the broad-based government, Mbadi and team, whom we called experts, has actually given life to that cabinet. And you can now start seeing that actually this is a Kenya that everyone can admire. So in my view, there is more that the broad-based has given to the people to stabilize, to give the face of Kenya, and also to bring that environment that everyone feels as part of Kenya than it was before. So I have to say that with the challenges as they are, but we have made progress, and we believe that going forward, then that will be a reason to celebrate.
So does it mean that if Raila hadn't shaken hands with the president, Luo Nyanza wouldn't get development?
I can tell you.
I feel like we need now to tell Kalonzo to shake hands with the president so that Ukambani we can start seeing.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yes.
Remember, the main contenders in the 2020 general election were Raila Odinga and William Ruto.
Yes, they were.
It is Raila who went to court to petition. Those were the main people. William Ruto got 7 million votes. Raila got 6.8 million votes. That is a very small difference. And there was a problem. The court made a determination and declared that William Ruto won the election fair and square. Raila Odinga supporters did not believe it, but they accepted the verdict of the court. But what I'm saying is, Raila Amolo Odinga conceding to the demands of the people of Kenya that this country is bigger than you, this country is bigger than Ruto. Gentlemen, the two of them came together and agreed that they are going to work together for the benefit of the majority. Not only ODM and UDA. Look at the 10-point agenda. It affects every Kenyan, you, me, and Muga here.
Yeah.
So for me, I think the coming together of Raila Odinga and William Ruto was for the benefit of the people of Kenya. When you strengthen devolution, today we are talking about monies that have never delayed the disbursement that are going to the counties. They have never delayed. That is part of strengthening devolution. Today, we are talking about youth employment.
Let me just, on the issue of devolution, on the issue of monies going to the counties.
Correct.
Why were they delaying before?
They were delaying.
What was so different that
they were delaying before because when you are in government and there are issues, you think as a government with its own policy. You will not consider the other idea from another person that can enhance your idea. The coming together of the two parties made it easier to now start thinking, how do we structure our disbursement in a manner that the counties don't suffer, the counties don't get delays that paralyze operations in the counties. That has happened with the coming of John Mbadi.
So
I can
all
tell you that.
47 counties now.
I can confirm to you that the counties as they are today,
all
at
47.
least, yes, at least there has been consistent disbursement of the equitable share, and there is no major challenge other than a few that could come with queries from the control of budget and auditor general. So for me, that is a milestone. The other milestone I was just about to tell you is, listen, today we have a World Bank program that is targeting over 860,000 young people called the Nyota program that is giving them opportunity. You have seen the president together with his principal secretaries and some cabinet ministers, Oparanya from the broad-based, going in every county, disbursing money, a grant to young people to start their life. That is an achievement from the broad-based government. So I can see how the president is working with the cabinet secretaries, with the principal secretary, some of whom were from the opposition. And that is something that we admire as a people. So for me, those are things that could never have happened because we are going to have politics. We are going to have criticism. So I'm not saying Kalonzo should join Ruto and shake hands to get development. President was in Ukambani the other day and he was helping the people of Ukambani. The PSS was in Ukambani. They were in Kitui. Myself and Professor Makau Mutua, we were in Kitui for 3 days, doing work for this government.
Yes.
I can tell you, we are confident enough that any time we come from an election and people agree to disagree, then we can progress.
The other question, of course, that has been asked, and I believe even most recently, was about the fact that the government is raiding the opposition. And even the fact that the president is, from looking at this particular headline here that is on the Star, let me just read it out vizuri. Raila party agrees to open coalition deal with Kalonzo. This is obviously in regards to 2027. There has been a feeling that government is trying to stifle the opposition to ensure that opposition is busy thinking about 2027 as opposed to doing what it should be doing, which is overseeing what the government is.
Who is government?
This government. This
who is government?
Who is government?
I'm asking you, who is government?
The government is the people, but we have delegated those duties
Absolutely.
to the individuals.
The government is the people.
Yes.
And we have delegated those duties to individuals that are tasked with delivering that.
Right.
So these people are us. When you say the government is trying to stifle, nothing like that. The government
by
of the
raiding, by raiding even the opposition.
I don't think so. I don't think so. There is no government that has the capacity to raid any opposition. Opposition are always considered government in waiting. How do you allow somebody to raid you while you're in government waiting? You must be insane.
Then there are very many insane people in Kenya.
If there are many insane people, if there are many insane people, it's unfortunate, City.
Because that is
it's
something
unfortunate.
that has happened from the beginning of 2022. We saw a situation where there were people who were aligned to Azimio. By the time this particular government, the UDA government was being set up, they had moved camp and joined UDA.
City, let me tell you, in this country, we are governed by the rule of law. The rule of law dictates that every person has a right to align with any political affiliation he so wishes. Article 38, you cannot gag anyone. You can go and associate with anyone for whatever reason politically, for as long as that is what you want and you do it
yes,
the law.
And there are rules and regulations that you must follow if you want to move yourself from one alliance to another.
City, Article 38 of the Constitution of Kenya is a Bill of Right. The Bill of Right in the Constitution is bigger than anything else, City.
Political parties are governed
by Political Parties Act and the Constitution.
They are.
Political Parties Act is subordinate to the Constitution of Kenya. Article 38 is the Constitution of Kenya.
What does Article 38 say?
That gives you an opportunity. Article 38 says that every person has a right to associate, to form, to interact with any political party of his choice. That right, you cannot take it away from anyone, City.
If that then is the case, why then, when this matter went to court, did our courts decide that indeed the numbers that UDA claimed they had as a majority in parliament was not the case? Why?
That was not the contention in court. It was not about association. The numbers in parliament are determined after election. The product of an election gives you the numbers. If you have 150 and are from a party, it shows so. But it doesn't mean that you must be static, that I must only be at RG and that's where I belong. No, I can go to somewhere else if I so wish. But I'm saying that that arrangement that brought other people together is an arrangement of necessity, is an arrangement that demanded that this country, for it to move forward, then people must come together and focus on an agenda that is going to address issues of concern to the people. Today, when he says that the government of the day has raided opposition, I don't want to imagine that you're saying that ODM working with UDA, ODM has been raided. That is not it. That is through an MOU.
Yes.
There were individual ODM members who first left and went to UDA or to work with the government without any arrangement, without any cooperation, without any discussion in the party structures. That was wrong. But
yes,
in an arrangement where the party organs, the NEC, the Central Management Committee comes and agrees and say, listen, for our party to prosper, for our people to benefit, for Kenya to develop, we have made a decision that on this 10-point agenda, we are going to work with William Ruto to deliver them. That is an MOU, that is an arrangement that is allowed by law.
Article 38 imesema na kenye imesema na ni sawa. But I cannot imagine a day where I will see President Donald Trump of America working with Kamala Harris, now that she's in the opposition, that now the Democrats will donate some experts to the Republicans in Congress, Senate, and otherwise, so that they can deliver on issues that Trump himself had promised. And that is why I'm saying right now we have an issue whereby even the leader of minority in parliament
is in government.
Is in government.
I agree.
Let's look at another situation whereby Mheshimiwa was it Mbui Ombai, I'm forgetting his name, was kicked out in parliament. Mbui, thank you so much.
Mbui is the deputy minority leader.
Yes, he was
from
kicked
Wiper.
Yes, he was kicked out of parliament because he was opposing a process in parliament that he felt was wrong, unconstitutional, or doesn't align with the standing
order. There's a
order.
threshold that was required for passing that particular bill.
Yes.
It was not met, and he was protesting.
He was protesting, and he was kicked out of parliament.
About it, and he was kicked out.
Now the reason I was saying that government has raided the opposition, it has raided opposition to a point whereby the opposition that is remaining is weak. If members of parliament can watch one of their own being kicked out while he's raising a valid point.
But you know, Paul, I agree with Frederick on one thing. This has been my view. I do not hold the view that there was any raid that took place. That I am not of
course, they agreed to cross over.
Yes,
no one had a gun to their head.
No, nobody had a gun to their head.
Yes.
Anytime it is spoken of as though somebody forced, people take the steps that they have decided to take.
Now, if I just finish my point, my point here is
I answer
currently we have a weakened opposition because whatever carrots were dangled in front of them, low-hanging fruits, whatever it is, they took, they ate, and now we're in a situation whereby we actually have a one-party state, for lack of a better word.
No, listen.
No, we don't.
I disagree with you, and I want to unpack this. We don't have a one-party state.
No, yes, we don't.
Kenya is a multi-party democratic state. Number two,
right?
We don't have opposition in Kenya. The system of governance that we have in Kenya is a presidential system.
Yes, it is.
Where you go into an election, the president win, and when he wins, he forms government.
True.
Okay? And he serves the people. The members of parliament, Article 94, 95, dictates that those are the people that are tasked with oversighting government, whether you are a member of parliament from the president's party or from the other side that lost party. The duty they have is to ensure that all of them in equal measure oversight. The reason why it is called National Assembly is because it does what is national in terms of allocation of revenue, in terms of oversight, in terms of representation and legislation. So that's why it's called national. When you go again to the Senate, it is a Senate but a part of the parliament. They represent the interest of the counties in the Senate, and the counties are nationally. There are 47 of us all over Kenya. So there is nothing like opposition. What we have the minority side and the majority side. The minority side is led by a minority leader. The majority side is led by a majority leader in parliament. Okay? So, any political party has an opportunity to organize themselves in a manner that they think they can achieve their agenda. Politics is about achieving your personal agenda and the agenda of the people. So today, Honorable Junet Mohammed, who is the minority leader from the Azimio party, Azimio coalition party, remember it's a party, has made a decision through the Azimio party organs that endorsed him and other people to work with the government of the day. What that does in the parliament is advances policy making. It speeds up legislation. It enhances representation. It ensures that anything that is tabled by the executive that is for the interest of the people, the numbers in the floor are met. That is what it is. So for me, I don't look at it as weakening opposition. In fact, I looked at it as enhancing policy making, enhancing legislation, enhancing meeting the needs of the people. Two, you have said that this, for some reason, has affected. And you have given me an example of Mbui. And the city is saying Mbui walked out because he didn't agree. What is happening is when Azimio was formed, Azimio was a coalition of many parties. Honorable Mbui, my good friend, comes from Wiper. Junet comes from ODM. Junet is the minority leader. Mbui is the deputy minority leader. But ODM made a decision that they are going to work together with the government of the day for the benefit of the people. Wiper did not make that decision. So you cannot expect Mbui and Junet to follow the same path. But you expect all of them to do the right thing that the constitution requires of them, that they must all represent, they must all legislate, and they must all oversight. But more so, in terms of oversighting, because that's where the checks and balances come in, they must all oversight the same government, whether you work with it or not. That is how the structure of governance we have work today. So there's no question about raiding. There's no question about not doing. The members of parliament where they are, in fact, the expectation is that whether you are from UDA, the present party, ODM, Raila's party, you must oversight just like any other member of parliament. When the government does something that is commendable, we all applaud them. When they do something that we think that has got room for improvement, we criticize positively and offer solution. That is how democracy works. So it is not the opposition like everything you oppose. It's not the government that everything is yes, no. I don't think so. And in any case, our members of parliament, particularly from the ODM side, have always said what is right and what is wrong. And I think they have helped President Ruto. They have helped President Ruto to understand that you can have people in your government that actually show you what is right and also correct you when something is wrong. That is how our democracy is going to work.
For instance, okay, let me just read a few comments here before I ask the next question. Abila tushasoma. Evans Onyango anasema, why is he denying now, that is you, why is he denying that his analogy that Raila must be in government for Luo Nyanza to get development? That's a fact, but that's not how a president should run a government. Nazlin says, why are we so focused on the presidency and yet we have counties to do those developments? Ruto is not running counties, okay? Then there's my take saying, to say that opposition is weak is an insult to Kalonzo and his group. It's an admission that they are not up to the billing. And then Nazlin comes back and says, whether majority or minority, parliament should oversight the executive and not doing its bidding. And I agree, Nazlin, with that particular sentiment that yes, either way they need to oversight, and it's something that you've also said. But we're in a position, we're looking at situations in this country. We even ask whether there's any oversight being done. For example, recently we were told that we are no longer losing 2 billion a day, we are losing 3 billion. All right, we are seeing monies being allocated. For example, there's this whole Nyota fund of 5 billion. The president has been doing serious rounds around the country to ensure that we are aware of that Nyota fund. But from where I sit, I feel like the president is spending even more money than the one that he's disbursing.
That money isn't from our coffers. It is a world.
It is a loan, yes.
It's not a loan. It's a grant.
It's a grant,
not a loan.
World Bank grant.
Yes. Yeah. So I feel like tunazunguka sana tukipeana hiyo pesa, like you have said, the Nyota fund, and we are spending much more. That could have probably been channeled in other ways. So the question is, for me, these people that we are supposed to that are supposed to do oversight, are they oversighting? And the reason I said one party state earlier on, I'd like you guys to keep up with my metaphors. I feel like that one party is actually called parliament. That entire parliament is one party now. It's no longer called ODM. In my opinion, there's no Wiper, there's no UDA. It's just one party doing its own bidding.
Actually, that's not true, Paul.
It is. That's from where I sit. That is what is happening there.
If you are to follow in detail what happens in parliament, we the media may not highlight it, but believe me, there are people who don't necessarily support whatever it is the government may want to pass through parliament.
The same way,
object, it is documented. Even if it was just
the same way.
Yes, please.
Yes, the same way, there are individuals within UDA who are not necessarily okay with whatever is being done, but at the end of the day, UDA's bidding is what is happening.
If you have a parliament and it's a democracy, and the numbers count, and you have the numbers, if we are querying how those numbers are arrived at, and that is where the capture that you speak of comes in, I have spoken time and again, there is nothing of that sort. if somebody is elected to represent the people and they determine that they are going to vote in a way that suits them, that is a problem between them and the people who elected them.
Yeah.
All right? But this idea of coercion, I often wonder, how exactly does it take place? I know that the politician, as we know them in this country, is somebody who puts themselves in their interest first. That is how...
Again, I would say not all of them, but continue.
The politician, let me repeat it again.
Yes.
The politician in this country is someone who, of necessity, tends to put his interest first. Now, the degree to which they put their self-interest is what matters. Now, if you're looking at a parliament like this one that we have, who, in my opinion, seem to have sold their birthright to pursue a certain agenda, that's what they have done. And we will have a reckoning with them when we elect new people in 2027. But for now, that is what they are doing. There is no executive on this planet that does not seek to control parliament if they have one. None. The most democratic countries that you can think of, there's always that fight to try and have your say in that august house. Why? Because that is where things move in the country. From that house, things move. That is my view.
Yeah. And it's a valid view. For sure, it is a valid view.
You see, let me just add on what Sita said. I just want to read to you the role of Parliament. And I'll pick specifically. Parliament shall protect this constitution and promote the democratic governance of the Republic. You know, it is the expectation of the people of Kenya that Parliament must legislate on issues that affect them. It is the expectation of the people of Kenya that Parliament must protect them. It is the expectation of the people of Kenya that Parliament must oversight the government and give them exactly what is needed to be done. Today, you have said you can lump the Parliament together.
As one party.
Fair enough. As one party, fair enough. But listen, me, you, and the city here, were the people who elected these members. If we don't need them, then we have a date with them on 10th of August next year to decide whether we want to kick them out or not.
Yes.
And not even so. We can still recall them even now. But why have we not done that as the people? Because we are actually entertaining what they are doing. But that parliament is not rotten in its entirety. There are people in that parliament who do the three roles that the constitution requires of them. They oversight, they legislate, and they represent. And they do it perfectly. I want you to go and read the Auditor's General Report. It is only the Auditor General Report that shall confirm whether public money has been used effectively and efficiently. That is the law. Now, there are members of parliament that they don't have audit queries. They have used public money in a manner that the law demands of it. And today, they are representing, oversighting, and legislating. So, I think that President William Ruto bringing people together, because broad-based was not only meant for ODM and UDA. I remember, Raila asked his colleagues in Azimio that if this is the case, how about we all try and figure out how we can all come together for the benefit of the people of Kenya. Those who did not want maybe were the enemies of Kenya. Those who joined maybe are the friends of Kenya. I don't know. But I believe that the coming together of members of parliament from UDA and Kenya Kwanza today, I mean from Kenya Kwanza and ODM Azimio today, Azimio, has helped more. When you go to parliament, there's a threshold that is required in passing certain legislation. 2/3 is a supermajority. And if you don't achieve it to pass certain legislation, to make certain policy, to make certain decisions, then you are denying the people of Kenya an opportunity to have that done. Remember, I read for you that they have to the member of parliament are tasked with protecting the constitution and doing what has pertained to it. So if you deny them that every time you go to parliament, the bill failed because the threshold was not met. Can you imagine what that means? That the affordable housing program in parliament failed because member of parliament did not meet the threshold. That health program failed because they did not meet that threshold. That the youth employment program in parliament failed because they did not meet that threshold. The parliament shall have failed. And that's why in his wisdom, Raila Odinga, William Ruto, they made it clear that for us to progress as a party, it does not matter whether you are Azimio, ODM, UDA, Kenya Kwanza, but it matters that you have members in parliament that are forward thinking and are addressing the issues of concern to the people. That is why that number had to be brought together to advance the interests of the people through legislation, oversight, and even representation. Yeah.
You know, on this issue of how Parliament operates, perhaps we'll need its own day. But you see, what I would actually point out, for example, we have folks who, before they were in government, and then when they left, you know, their conversation changes. And unfortunately, it's something we've seen over and over again. For example, Honorable Nyoro, of Kiharu,
yes.
when he was, you know, in the government committee, there's a way he used to carry himself, and there are things he used to say. But the moment he left that parliamentary committee, his conversation changed, and we could see the tangent that he had taken. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, when he was in government before he was impeached, there's a way he used to talk, and there are things he used to say.
Correct.
Now that he's out, we are seeing the direction that he has taken.
Correct.
And we can go on and mention very many people, including the late Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga himself. And that is where I have a problem with this issue of people coming together and sometimes being apart. My question would be if ODM had not joined the broad-based government, would Junet still be talking the way he's talking? Would Joho, would Oparanya, Wandai, and everyone else in Mbadi who is in government right now, would they still be championing some of the projects that they are currently even spearheading?
They would not, because they would be giving the alternative. They would be giving alternative on universal healthcare,
yes,
alternative of road infrastructure, alternative on, you know, health, and many more. They would not. But the reason why they have to do this is because you cannot pull from different directions while you believe to be working together.
Okay.
The cabinet, you have mentioned Joho and Wandai.
Yes.
Those are members of cabinet. They are collectively responsible to the president and the people, and they have to do what pertains to that. So they cannot say something that is contrary. The members of parliament have also a duty to do the same. But I can tell you, the reason why people like Ndindi Nyoro are speaking the way they are speaking is because they have got some interest, political interest, outside this government. So they have to pursue it in whatever way. And it is hypocritical for people like Ndindi and Rigathi to come and tell people of Kenya that this government is wrong while they voted it. Ndindi voted for William Ruto. Rigathi voted for William Ruto. And today, they are discrediting and disparaging the same government that they believed in before. They believed in it. They assured their people and the Kenyans that this is the government that we are going to work for because we have put our votes here and we believe that it's a government that is going to deliver us from all these manner of things. Afadhali ODM that did not vote for Ruto, and they are seeing the beauty of being in that government and helping from outside to help address the issue of concern to the people. So you'd rather come from outside and get in and address the issue than be inside and get out and start. You know, let me tell you, you cannot go into a relationship and advance that relationship to a stage, then you break up and then start saying that your partner was actually a bad one. In fact, she used to wear bad shoes. I didn't even like her dress. In fact, she used to smell. While you were with her for all those years, what were you doing with her? What were you doing? What? That is what Rigathi and Ndindi are telling us. But another partner can come and embrace the same partner that you have disparaged and make that partner believe in himself or herself and advance the issues together. That is what ODM has done as a broad-based partner in the Kenya Kwanza government. We are strongly confident that such arrangements are not only necessary, but they are also important in securing the country,
Right.
in advancing the needs of the people, if done through a structure that is believable,
Yeah.
that is transparent and accountable. I want
in countries
to believe so.
In countries like the United Kingdom, where they have shadow cabinet secretaries,
the Labour parties
exactly
before for a very long time was an opposition party.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it's a shadow government.
But today they're in government. Yeah.
Exactly. So the purpose of this shadow minister, for instance, is to just oversight the minister on the other end who's
Correct.
being, yeah. So for example, in the health sector, right now we have Honorable Duale as our CS for health. Will probably should be having a shadow minister on the opposition side who's overseeing what Aden Duale is doing.
That is a parliamentary system which we do not have.
Can I just because we at one point I know we had individuals even during the Moi era. It's just that I was very young. I can't really remember.
Bill Okero.
But nakumbuka kuna wakati whereby we had people shadowing ministers within Moi's government, and they had ideas that they would say, look, what is happening here is wrong. What we think is that this should have happened.
Paul,
yes, sir.
I agree with you. The reason why City is telling that the discussion we want to have is because City knows that our structure of governance today does not accommodate that.
The point I was driving is, can't we have opposition advising government without necessarily being in bed?
Now you are talking.
Yes.
We need to have a creative and innovative opposition. The fact that our structure do not have that does not mean that in the opposition, in their own arrangement, they can actually pick people and say, so and so, you are going to check on us what is happening in health.
Right.
So and so, you are going to check on us what is happening in education. We tried that in my earlier political life in a party I was in. We tried that, and we even named shadow cabinet.
Yes.
But let me tell you, the people of Kenya in NADCO report decided that they would want a structured opposition where we have a leader of official opposition that can actually check the government. That leader of opposition, the expectation was that he has a team that can mirror the government one for one, and they check it and give alternative solution. So people will choose, do I want to go with the views or the policy, health policy from the opposition, or health policy from government?
Yes.
And if the two policies are marrying together, then why not work together? That is what's called constructive opposition.
Yes.
That decision can only be effected in a referendum, when the people place a ballot and say, this is what we want. Remember when Mudavadi came with an idea recently, that we implement NADCO report fully as per the MOU, and maybe this will require referendum. Critics said, no, you want to steal election, which is not true. I still hold the view that what you are saying is the right thing. For us to arrive there, I hold the view that we have to go into the coming election with a mind, a clear mind, that there will be a loser and there will be a winner. And the loser must constructively criticize the government and offer solution, because the loser is not going there to lose. He's going there with an idea. It's only that his or her votes might not be enough to meet the threshold of being declared the winner.
Yes.
You know? So
I actually agree. Yes.
For me, I would want to see a creative opposition. William Ruto is not going to this election as just William Ruto. William Ruto is going to this election as a president incumbent that has been very creative and has managed to go back to the people that voted for him, and is telling them that, look, you voted for me. He was in Nyeri the other day.
Yes.
He was in Samburu the other day. He was in Kakamega, and he's telling them, you voted for me. This is my scorecard. I have done 1, 2, 3. I have had challenges in 1, 2, 3. I have done universal health care. I have done road infrastructure. I have done youth employment. I have done SHA and many more. But this is where I have a challenge. What I'm asking you is, how do we address this challenge together with others that even did not vote for me, so that we reach where we want? If the people agree with him, they're going to vote for him. What is the opposition telling us? They're telling us that must go. 1 term. Kasongo. Those are not things that are going to advance this country, Paul.
If there's
They're not.
If there's one thing I agree with
That
you,
is not policy.
And for a very long time, even the president has been asking them, come up with better ideas. And I agree with you, they have not done it. And we've challenged them here a couple of times. Actually, even Honorable Mbui came to this studio after that incident in Parliament.
Yes.
And that's the one thing we challenged him with. And we were like, the opposition is very loud on this sloganeering, but on terms...
But very slow on offering alternatives. Yes.
100%.
And that's why I'm saying, when you talk about this broad-based arrangement, I want you to look at it this way. As the broad-based arrangement brought some life in offering solution to the people of Kenya, in my view it has. If you look at the programs that the president is running today, most of them are a conception of the broad-based idea. They are coming together. I saw President Ruto in Nyeri with Caroline Karugu. Caroline Karugu, PS of East Africa Community Development, was in Azimio. I saw him with the PS Fikirini. Fikirini was in Azimio. I saw with many more. I've seen in Kakamega with Oparanya. Oparanya was from Azimio. It means the way this program now runs, it is running together with everyone on board, and everyone is bringing their idea, and the president is listening. I want to encourage the people of Kenya. We in the broad-based government, we are not saying that this is what must be done, but we are saying, in consulting with the people, in showing the people what we have done, in showing the people what is ahead, like the Talanta Stadia that is just next door here. Look at it. Marvelous infrastructure. Were it not for the peace that we have in this country, we would not have done it. Look at the dwelling of the Kisumu Kisii Road, where I come from. Look at that. Were it not for the peace that was brought by broad-based, would it have been done? No. Look at how the young people today are now enjoying this program called Nyota. It has been taken to regions that never voted for Ruto. It has been taken to regions that voted for him, where the young people receive money on site to help them economically be empowered. That is what we want to see. I am pleading with the people of Kenya that as we progress, as we go into the next phase of this government, which is now 1 year and 7 months to go, 1 year and 7 months. Let's give credit where it is due. Where it is due is the President William Ruto has managed to come from that place where he was affected by the demos. He has consolidated and now is advancing towards the finishing line. The opposition have failed to criticize him positively because they are not offering any solution. Today, they are whining. They are saying, must go. One term.
You know, there's
Kasongo. That is not going to help their people.
This article you mentioned in our Constitution 38.
Yes.
Two things. One, the issue pertaining to the choices that people make. If someone was in government and they no longer are, somebody supported the government and they no longer do, why is it that on the one hand it is their right to do so and the Constitution allows them, and then why is it on the other hand is it hypocritical? Gachagua and Ndindi, if I were to follow your reasoning, are people who've made a decision to take a certain position. The Constitution allows them to take that position, does it not?
It allows them.
That's number one. Number two, there's one thing the broad-based government has not been able to do. It's unfortunate, but they haven't been able to do this. Global Hunger Index looks at the number of people or the percentages of people who are below not just a poverty line, but who definitely need food assistance. FAO and WFP consider this country to be a hunger hotspot. What does that mean? It means that if you look at the indices from 2016, the year 2025 and the period that the broad-based government has been together is the highest percentage of people who need food assistance from 22% in 2016 to 38% in 2025. Now, to be fair, there are factors that are actually beyond the purview of any government.
That's true.
There are things that there is nothing they could have done. For instance, if you have prolonged periods of drought, you do not control the weather. There are economic pressures that are a carryover maybe from a previous government. And then there are structural issues like, for instance, us needing agricultural inputs that we have to keep importing. However, those who are facing hunger keep increasing. Now, in my opinion, everything we've said is good to hear. But if there are more Kenyans facing hunger, the number is increasing, then that is a failure and it must be addressed.
That is true. I agree that's a failure that must be addressed. And that's why the government of the day is putting a lot of measures, particularly on the Galana Kulalu. You see, our food security is a big concern. Food security is a big concern. If you have people that are going to bed hungry, as a government, you must be worried. If you have people that cannot put money in their pocket, you must be worried. If you have young people that graduate from school and cannot get jobs, you must be worried. And that's why the president is putting program in place to ensure that these numbers go down and to ensure that there's no one who goes to sleep hungry. I am not sure what the opposition is doing, but I agree with the city that some of these things, as they come, then they must be addressed. I am confident enough, Paul.
Yes.
I'm confident enough that when the time comes and we look at the scorecard of the broad-based arrangement, and I'm using the word broad-based very carefully and deliberately, because I know that that arrangement has the interest of the people.
Yeah.
That arrangement, we shall look at how did they perform from the onset in terms of youth employment? How did they perform in terms of housing? How did they perform in terms of healthcare? How did they perform in terms of road infrastructure? How did they perform in terms of devolution? How did they perform in terms of stopping corruption? Then the people of Kenya will face them and tell them, you have an A asterisk, you have a B, you have an A, you have an A minus, and they'll make a decision. I am confident enough that it is better than before, and progress is made daily. President William Ruto has made very good progress on all those fronts. And today, the president is saying that it is not about me. It is not about UDA. It's not about Kenya Kwanza. It's about you, me, and them. That if we come together under unity, if we come together under an environment that can put food on the table, that can ensure that you are secure, that your kids can go to school, that we can fight corruption, that we can strengthen devolution everywhere you are, then this country do not even need me, but need you.
Frederick, thank you so much. We've come to the end of the show, unfortunately. Umepigia serikali debe sana na ni kitu sawa, iko salama hapo.
Sijapigia debe, mimi naongea tu ukweli.
Umefanya vizuri, sijasema umefanya makosa. Umefanya kazi mzuri. And I would like to invite you back again. This time round, we talk about where it is failing and we be honest about it.
I'll be very honest. I'll be very honest. I'm an honest man, but I'm not that other man.
Everyone nowadays is honest. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya's passport has regained strength on the global stage, climbing 5 positions to 68th in 2026, even though the number of visa-free destinations slightly decreased. According to the Henley Passport Index, Kenyan citizens can now travel to 69 countries without obtaining a visa beforehand. This comes after last year's drop to 73rd place, which followed striker visa requirements in key regions and a period of declining global mobility for Kenyan travelers. The family of Raphael Kivundui, a 40-year-old carpenter, is demanding justice after he died in the Karen building collapse on Saturday, January 10, 2026. His widow, Lydia Raphael, said neither the contractor, foreman, nor government officials have reached out, leaving her and their 3 young children struggling. The family is calling on the building owner to come forward as they wait the post-mortem. They plan to bury Raphael on January 24th.
Nilipiga simu yake ikashikwa na jamaa fulani, sikumbuki jina lake. Akaniambia, nikamuuliza mwenye simu ako wapi. Akaniambia mwenye simu amepata ajali. Nikapiga tena. Kupiga tena akaniuliza wewe ni nani kwake? Nikamwambia mimi ni bibi yake. Akaniambia huyu jamaa amepata ajali na ni kama ameatuacha. Justice for Raphael. Tunataka justice for Raphael.
Police in Mbale, Vihiga County are investigating the circumstances under which 2 bodies were discovered in a septic tank. Officers retrieved the unidentified bodies and cordoned off the area as investigations continue. Authorities have yet to release the identities of the victims or establish the circumstances surrounding the shocking deaths.
Wananchi pamoja tukashirikiana, tukaweza kutoa hiyo mili katika hiyo septic tank. Ni mwili ya mwanaume mwenye kadri ya miaka 43.
Security yetu baba, tumeanza kushangaa inatupeleka aje, sababu mtu kama huyu kama anaweza patikana mahali kama hapa, na hapa ni katikati ya town yetu.
World Health Organization Director General Tedros Ghebreyesus has warned that sharp cuts in global aid are severely disrupting health systems in many countries. He adds that the cuts threatens access to essential services and undermine years of health progress. Speaking during the UN agency's first media briefing of 2026, Tedros urged governments to urgently strengthen domestic health financing, highlighting health taxes on tobacco, alcohol and sugary drinks as proven and sustainable solution.
As you know, over the past year, sudden and severe cuts to aid have caused severe disruptions to health systems and services in many countries. WHO is supporting countries to maintain essential health services in the short term while mobilizing domestic resources to make the long-term transition from aid dependency to sustainable self-reliance. One of the best tools for doing that is health taxes on tobacco, alcohol, and sugary drinks. Health taxes have been shown to reduce consumption of these harmful products, helping to prevent disease and reduce the burden on health systems.
At least 12 people have been killed and dozens injured after construction crane fell on top of a moving train carriage. The accident took place on Wednesday morning in Rakhon Ratchasima province, north of the capital Bangkok, say reports. The death toll is expected to rise as rescuers are still removing bodies from the wreckage train car. According to the train's seating plan, there were 195 passengers and staff members on board. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
7 minutes past 9 o'clock. It is right here on Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast on 90.7 FM in Mombasa. Garissa, it's 89.5 FM. Bahali yake mko namna gani? And then, of course, Nairobi on 88.8 FM. This morning has been a fiery one because we have another conversation that is promising to be equally as mortal. We want to talk about politics versus delivery from a youth perspective. And I have leaders here who could be considered young, but they are serious about what they want to do. I'm talking about Pigeon Odimwengu, and I'll ask him about this first part of his name. Ndio ni explain vizuri. Pigeon, is it Pigeon? Hebu niambie venye tunasema hii jina tafadhali. Pigeon, it's Pigeon ama ni Big Bin?
It's just Pigeon Odimwengu.
Pigeon.
Yeah.
Okay, Pigeon Odimwengu.
Yeah.
There is a CDE before here. What does CDE stand for?
I'm not a senior comrade.
Okay.
I'm now a senior comrade.
Titles. Karibu tena sana. Now,
Constitution inaruhusu.
Nakwambia. Now, PG Nodimwengu is the party leader, Accountability and Transparency Party, that is ATP, Progressive what is the name of this party again?
ATP. Accountability and Transparency Party.
And you're a progressive Pan-African.
Yes.
Let's talk about that party, kidogo. The last time you were here a couple of months ago, this party was not there.
No, this party has been there for many years. You see, in this country, for you to have a party, you can take 10 years.
Right.
So it's a party I've been working on for so many years, since 2019. And processes of having a party in this country is becoming tougher every day.
Is that so?
Yeah, it's becoming tougher every day. So currently we are actually now almost done, because we are now doing mass registration across the country. The members join our party anytime they wish, and we are now just preparing to now look forward to 2027. But it has taken me 6 years of patience and hard work.
Yes.
Just trying to follow up the process.
So when did you formally register it? Like when did you receive the certificate?
Now, we received the first certificate in 2020.
Yes.
And we received another certificate in just last year, October.
Yes. Right.
And now we just go towards now registration. We are now starting opening up various offices across the country.
What are the certificates for, if I may ask?
Now, the process of party registration in this country is very tricky. You need to have 2-level certificates. So the first level certificate is what we call provisional certificate, which means you do all the paperwork, all the constitution. You set up the whole structure of a party. Then you get a certificate.
Okay.
That certificate is going almost for 100,000 shillings to get that called provisional certificate. And for you to have it, you might have gone through over 2 years of paperwork. From the name process, the symbol, the constitutions. That work alone can take almost 2 years, because it is up and down. Either you go forward, you back. So
what does the provisional certificate allow you to do?
Now, the provisional certificate now allow you to go out, do any mass registration as you want, open any offices, do any advertisement you want for your party, speak about your policies. Before you get a provisional certificate, you already have an approved manifesto, an approved policy and ideology. You have a running website. You have an office. So all those are the criteria for you just to have that provisional certificate.
Okay.
And then once that is ready, now you are ready to go out, go look for members, go open offices, go preach your party. You see. Then once you are done with that, like how it was initially, it was you are given 6 months back then, before the 2022, just to now preach your party, do your branding, do anything you want. Then now come back. When you come back again, you're now asked, now give us another 500,000. So that now we give you a full certificate.
That's very good. The 500,000 is for what exactly?
No, that's now for another full certificate. Now they call it a full certificate.
Isa ni kama umeuliza sasa mtihani.
Sasa hiyo,
like, degree sasa.
Yeah, like you see the reason when Sonko got the party thing. Now he had now to pay another 500,000 now to get that party. Now where I am, I'm close to that.
Okay, you're close to now 500,000.
Yeah, because now I'm almost done with the mass registration, because you are required to have 24,000 people across the country on 24 counties. So 1,000 per 24 counties, at least the majority counties. Then you're also required to set up the 24 offices across the country in those more 24 counties, which I'm almost done with.
Okay.
So from there now, I'll just get the 500,000. I'm ready for the election. It's not easy. The paperwork is almost 2 years, but this work alone is very expensive. To be a party leader is very hard, but not only to be a party leader.
Yes.
If you look at it, City, since 2022,
yes,
the parties that started registration after 2022 that have now transitioned to full certificate, you can only count this recent party, Sonko.
Really?
Yeah, because even the DCP was almost before 2022. It's just name changes. And there's another party by one of my friends called the We Alliance Party. That's the also party that started many years ago. Now today we have around 27 or 28 political parties that have been given provisional certificates. And out of them, since 2022, probably now the Sonko one qualified. And I'm told there may be 2 out of the all 27. For the last almost 3 years, we are going to the next election. That's now yet to qualify.
Okay.
In the previous election of 2022, from 2017 to 2022, we only had maybe 3 parties that came in.
Okay. Let me introduce our other guest. We shall get back to ATP in a minute. Moses Nyanduga, student leader, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, that is commonly known as JKUAT. Mheshimiwa, good morning. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. What position do you hold in JKUAT as a student leader?
I'm the Student Campus Ambassador. At JKUAT, I'm also the Speaker of CASA. This is an association of 50 universities in the country.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. 50 universities.
50 universities.
This is a man who is eyeing a political position in the constituency he comes from, wherever that is. Akimaliza tu pap.
Anakimbia huko kwa MCA.
Yes, and there. No. This guy isn't going for MCA. This guy is going to go for MP.
You remember we had another student leader here just the other day.
Yes, we did.
Yes, Kawanjiro.
Yes, the Jubilee Party.
Jubilee Party, someone. Yes. Allow me to ask you your constituency. Unatoka wapi?
I've been spending, let me say I was born and raised in Nairobi.
Yes.
Specifically Starehe, sub-county.
Okay.
So should I eye any political position? Starehe sub-county.
Okay.
And that is 2032, God willing.
God willing.
Hapo ndio unajulikana.
Yes. Hapo ndio unajulikana.
Na mtaani wanakuita nani?
Mtaani ni Nyanduga. Anywhere, whether in Nairobi or at JKUAT. When you say Nyanduga.
Ushago ni wapi?
Ushago ni Siaya. Rarieda sub-county.
Right.
Asembo.
Okay.
I know you have heard of it. It's a great place.
Oh, no, of course I know Asembo.
Oh, yes. I personally know wonderful things from that particular part of the
There's a musician who sings about Asembo.
Osito Kale. So, of course.
Yanaimbianga Asembo.
Yeye pia anatoka huko.
Sinio Asembo anaongeleanga.
Yes, alikuwa anaimba juu ya maembe.
Asembo is maembe.
Very true. Asembo pin maber, as we say, it means Asembo is a good land.
Okay.
Where if you visit by any chance, you'll have plenty of mangoes, oranges, sweet potatoes, and all manner of good things.
There's a guy called Farah. He works in this particular office. Anapenda maembe sana. Tukimaliza hii kipindi tu hivi, nda kuintroduce kwa Farah, muone venye mtu organize afike Asembo.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
In the previous hour, I had a conversation with Frederick Okanga. You saw him as he walked out. And one of the things that I was, asking him about was the delivery of the broad-based government. Do you feel, and I'll start with you, Nyanduga, do you feel, or do you think, or do you see, or what do you think about the broad-based government delivery?
I think the first statement I'll say is that I cannot flog a dead horse. I believe that the broad-based government is a dead horse.
Okay.
When I have, let me say, all of us have gone to the trenches, and we must speak on behalf of young people, because we're the ones who are privileged to be here. I'll say the broad-based. The Mbuvi,
yes,
in this country, and allow me, with the full respect to the party leader.
Yes.
And allow me to say, in Kenya, we don't have political parties. And I'll start by saying this.
Okay.
And this is the reason. What we have in the Kenya as a country or as a republic are political formations.
Yeah.
A political party is an organization of the people that is politically active with a serious mandate and a serious plan for the people, where they'll come and tell you, this is our provision, this is our vision in the sector of agriculture, this is our vision in the sector of health. The broad-based government is just an arrangement of two political formations, and that is UDA and ODM, to facilitate and to promote their own values for their own benefit.
Okay.
And if you have, in fact, by any chance, by virtue of your position, you've been interacting with several politicians. Yeah. In broad-based government, we have few people such as Sifuna, Babu, who are opposing it. And believe you me, these people, when you see them opposing the broad-based government, it's because they speak on behalf of people.
Yes.
Because
the people that elected them.
The people that elected them. Never in its 40 years of malign rule did even Kanu regime, any of the officials, order the police to shoot the citizens. Never in its 40 years. UDA government is a third term of Jubilee, and allow me to say that.
Okay.
90% of active members who formed this government,
Kenya Kwanza.
Yes, Kenya Kwanza, were former Jubilee members. Leave alone the 10% who are adjuvant members from other political parties to suit the national integration issues. But the broad-based government has failed. We as young people, we took it to the street in 2024 because we were demanding for change. We were saying our agriculture sector is falling. At a time when we are supposed to achieve food security as a country, we were saying our education sector is low. We were saying we need reforms in the health sector. We expected ODM as a party. When Raila Amolo Odinga joined President William Ruto, we expected Raila to tell President William Ruto that now that I've joined you, my brother, ensure all the demands of the young people are met. But that is not. Today you hear them talk about the constitution. Who told them that our problem as young people is all about the constitution, not food, not education, not any other thing? We have a problem with the corruption. Because if they're going to change the constitution, believe you me, they're not going to change the constitution so that education can be free from nursery to university, so that health system can be free, so that we can have a special court to try and jail maybe the corrupt officers. They are going to change the constitution so that they can increase several political positions to suit their own ego. So, for me as a young person, as a devoted citizen of the Republic of Kenya, should I rate broad-based government out of 10, I'll give it only 2%. And this is because we have a structure. If we have a visitor who has to come to the family, we'll have a president, deputy president. But in the real sense, it would appear to me they've crossed the Rubicon and burned their boots.
Comrade Odimwengu, I'd ask you the same question that I asked
Senior Comrade
Odimwengu. Same question I asked him. What do you think about the performance of the broad-based government?
It's very clear what he's saying. How broad is the broad-based? Because when you talk of broad, you must expand and explain what is broad. We know the definition of what is broad. So if ODM and UDA work together, it's so broad enough to be called a broad base. That's the first thing. And then the illusion that is broad, where are the young people? Where are the women in that broad so-called? And there we have over 90 political parties. So how many parties are in that so-called broad thing? Then, as we always say, there's nothing like a broad-based government anyway. The government that was voted was Kenya Kwanza government. So those broad-based things are illusions of politicians who want to either massage their egos or even try to please their followers.
Okay.
The second thing, even in its so-called broad-base, it's directionless, aimless, and basically I can call it useless to the citizens, but very useful to the politicians. But again, I believe that its expiry date is over. It only served to cool the young protest in 2024. That's the only purpose why broad-base came in. And since then, they walk away from that. That's why you see the 10-point agendas is like the bottom-up narrative. It's all forgotten.
Did the young people need cooling down?
No, but to the politician, they needed cooling down because the young people were to change the political dynamics and the playing ground for these politicians. So only what they needed is to tell them, no, we have a government of everybody else now. So why are you protesting? Why are you trying to oppose this government? It's no longer root alone. It's the whole country together now. We are calling it a broad base. If you want to come in, young people, come in. The same thing they did with the NADCO, if you remember very well. When we were for the Sufuria protest and the Unga and the Nja protest, then they call people who are never hungry, people who have never slept without food, people who don't know poverty, to sit down in bombers. And the likes of Kalonzo Musyoka today were the same people who are sitting there now to receive comments. Now, is Kalonzo suffering of hunger? They came up with a report called, NADCO report. The same report with the same so-called 10-point agenda report, for broad-base.
It is number 1 on the 10-point agenda.
Now, it's number 1, which never originated from the young people, never originated from the poor. It originated from some people sat here, in Bomas here, to talk about the agenda they think is good to fix the country.
Can I ask a question? And I'm asking both of you. So, whether it was the NADCO report or whether we go back to the early arrangement that Raila and Uhuru had, BBI, are you saying that none of these initiatives were actually purposed to change the lives of the citizenry for the better?
I don't believe on that, City.
Why?
Because when we elect leaders, we believe they have the intention to help the citizenry. They don't need a BBI to help the citizenry. They don't need an NADCO to help the citizenry. Neither do they need the 10-point agenda. Now, politicians create conditions or situations so that they can come in to create solutions.
Give us an example.
Now, when you talk about the BBI agenda, that was about to, restructure the constitution to ensure that there's inclusive government, increase more funds to whatever. Who were behind the architect of the constitution? Were they not the politicians? So you create a loophole somewhere so that next year you'll come to say that I'm fixing it. Then you go round and round and round, spend our money, then come back. When we had the issue of NADCO, first of all, start the beginning of the 2023 protest, the Nja thing. The cost of living is purely can be controlled by the political class. And the government, if they decide, they can do that. And you remember Uhuru Kenyatta trying to come up with something called subsidies. Now, do you need Kalonzo and his team to sit down to remind you how the price of unga should be regulated in this country? Well, you have an entire Minister of Agriculture and everybody else. And you have economists, and like now Ruto has even a battalion of so-called economic advisors whom I think even he advised them. You see? So how do you try to create conditions? If you look at any manifesto of any political class that has gone to power, in their manifesto they address most of these things explicitly. They talk about agriculture, they talk about education, they talk about cost of living. So at what particular moment do they need a people to sit down to remind them of their same manifesto? And you believe that now that report team will help them remember what they promised and now achieve it? Because basically the reports never come with resources. Even when you talk of 10-point agenda, it doesn't tell you are now going to get money here to implement it. So the people and the leadership must tell us and be honest with us. We don't want these plays of whatever drama here. Tomorrow is NADCO, today is this. You know what you promised us. We accepted it. For those who accepted it, just deliver it. And if you don't deliver it, tell us why you have not delivered it.
But you do know that you're joining the class when you have a political party.
Yes.
And you are also going to do exactly what they are doing.
That's not what I'm intending. That's why I'm joining.
What do you mean he's going to do exactly?
Well, once you have a political party and he's in Kenya, until and unless I see him doing something different, I'm going to be of the view that he'll do exactly what these people are doing.
And that's why I'm joining the space.
And then I'd like to hear him speak now and tell me what it is that he's doing different. Because all these people come up with the idea that they're going to do something different. And then the difference looks very much like the same. So you wonder where this difference is. So the French saying that the more things change, the more they remain the same, seem to be the prophecy. What I'm actually challenging you about, Pigeon, is asking, this thing that you say you're going to do different, what is it?
Now, City, if you believe that Ruto can do something different from Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila could do something different from Ruto, and the so-called people in the same system can do something different, there's a lie, you see? Because how do you come out of a system that has actually, you've been brought up in the same system? You've actually perfected to be who you are out of the same system. Then somebody, you tell me that, now you know what, I'm going to do something different. Then I believe you are going to do something different. In fact, the hustlers might never repeat the same thing. Because that was a serious political lesson to them. That a person who has been in the same system will come and tell you now, I'm going for bottom up. And you, the hustlers down here now will be up. Then now it is 3 years down the line. First of all, the credibility comes with the, how do you trust the person? If somebody who has been part of a process that has actually looted and corrupted this country come and tell you that they can deliver something, how do you trust them? But if somebody who has not been part of that process, you give them that little trust, then you allow them to now prove themselves. You see? Now, if you give them the trust and avoid them to allow them to prove themselves, it's different than telling me that, now, Pigeon, you know, you and Ruto, you are not the same, or you are the same because you go do the same thing. And you're telling me...
You're both party leaders.
But you're telling me, Ruto, who has existed in government for 40 years, perfected from the old regimes, now you can compare him to somebody like myself who has never gone to the same system. Why I'm coming in, and you see, if you talk about the Accountability and Transparency Party, we talk about accountability and transparency. City, we all agree that the biggest problem we have here is that there's no transparency in whatever is going on, as much as you have so many transparency institutes and whatever, and there's no accountability of anything. So somebody will be telling you, like how Uhuru was telling us, 2 billion disappeared now, and who is accountable? Today you're being told, I don't know, we stole, we borrowed, I don't know how much. Who is really accountable? Who's really coming out to own?
By the way, that 2 billion has, from a report we received a few weeks ago, it's now 3 billion.
Now, who is accountable?
Personally, those figures, as far as I'm concerned, are phantom. Nobody has ever come to actually indicate. The only people who tried were the ethics and anti-corruption, and the 2 billion, they more or less gave a scenario of how that 2 billion could exist. What I find strange is those figures, as well as these numbers we keep hearing of ghost schools and ghost employees. See, for you to come up and state that they are ghost schools, then you must know where they exist. Otherwise, why would you talk about something whose existence you do not know? In 2016, somebody even came up with a figure, said around 2,000. So the question I kept asking, if you know the number, then you know where they must be. Why is it that we just talk about them and you never hear of anything being done? Because a fake school has fake teachers, a fake students, capitation, salaries. Now, so it means that this problem that we speak of fits into what you've just described. There are people in the Ministry of Education, it can't be anywhere else, who have this scam that has been going on for the longest time, and every once in a while, maybe a head may roll, but it never rolls very far. Every once in a while, they'll release a picture of a big sign board with a school, and yet all you see behind that board is a bush. There's no school whatsoever. Why I asked the question I asked you is this. All these manifestos, all the discussions, and the bottom-up discussion is a beautiful one because it now brought us to discussing issues. So it is a good thing. What is it that as a political party you plan to do to actually change the lives of the people? Now, I'm going to give you a background why I'm asking the question. Not by telling us about a process. No. How do you get people to understand that it is their role to keep the leaders in check?
That's a very beautiful question. And I agree with you first that the citizens do not need a manifesto. If you look at the Constitution of Kenya, it's a pure manifesto that citizens gave to themselves. When you talk about the Bill of Rights, the citizens knew what they wanted. When you talk about Chapter 6, the citizens even knew how a leader should behave or should look like. You see? Now, what you're asking is the key thing. How do they keep the leaders on check? And that is because the leaders elected, so-called MPs, who should be acting on the behalf of the citizens to keep the entire government on check, is now also failing. You see? Because the structure existing in the political structure for oversight and checks is only the parliament. You see? Apart from the audit and the controller and the thing, the person who represents the citizen in terms of oversight is the member of parliament. You see? And the member of parliament maybe even don't understand what they do there. And that's why they'll tell you how they build a latrine there, they build a road there, and they did whatever here. That's the first thing. Now, the key thing we are coming up with from accountability perspective is trying to have digital tools and other tools that can help you keep the leader on check. And for you to keep the leader on check, the first important thing is we must be informed. So how do you ensure that information reaches the citizenry? Because if the citizens are not aware of anything going on, the debts, or even the deal that you are sending the US about the health thing, how many citizens are even aware of that? So how do they keep that leader or that government on check on health when they even don't have the information? You see, the problem we are having, and that's why civic space that must also now be factored in with this, what you call digital tools and digital instruments. Because you see, for the younger people to engage and participate and give their view today, they can easily do that through the platforms we have, whether the online platform and anything else. But for you to call them on a baraza to sit down here and start talking to you, it may be very hard. You see? So we need now to bridge the gap on citizenry oversight role, as you're saying, City. And that citizenry oversight role should only a demand for two things: accountability in our resources and how transparent they're being used. Because you see, the lack of accountability and transparency creates a room for someone to steal, to loot, and even to misuse. Because who will know? Until maybe other years come in, you scared there was a scandal somewhere. You see, if Auditor General don't give the reports, who will know that those reports are existing? You see, so the key thing that we as citizens and as a party are trying to work on is the platform to allow the citizenry to have a direct information and have a direct say with the government. And we have structured that in our systems as properly digitally forecast system. But you also need to include, because it's the government today. If the government wanted to have a public participation, maybe any bill, the chief in the village is a government servant, including a village and Nyumba Kumi. The government know where they are. Why don't you just pass the information to Nyumba Kumi to ensure that Nyumba Kumi collect the people in that village and just discuss the issue? It won't take even any day.
There's a guy called, Free Kenya Movement?
Yes, I know.
Nicholas Oyo,
and
Bob
Bob,
Njagi,
yes.
and the larger team.
Yes.
They actually, I feel like they have a very good and legit, solid blueprint of how we can actually achieve that accountability issue. And they were calling it the people's government.
Yes.
Yeah. Perhaps it's a conversation that you also need to have with them to see how because the ideas you're having right now, plus the ones that they have, and of course a lot of other people who have of similar mind, I believe we can actually achieve it as a country. But there's something I want to ask Mr. Nyanduga here. You are a student leader, so you interact with thousands of students in your operations.
Of course.
I just want to understand, because there's something that keeps on coming kwa hizi magazeti. Kuna kitu ni Infotrack kama ni Ipsos walifanya. I think it's Infotrack. Yes. Sometime last week. And apparently, in places like Western Kenya, President Ruto is leading in terms of popularity, and actually they prefer to have him as their president even perhaps beyond 2027.
Yes.
And several other leaders such as Natembeya, for instance, came above the traditional leaders we are used to coming from that region. Natembeya actually is ranking high in terms of popularity than even PCS Mudavadi and Speaker Wetangula and even DAPK leader Wamalwa and other leaders. Basically, Natembeya right now, apparently, from that report, yeye ndio kusema Western. So the reason I'm bringing up that particular Ipsos report is because when I see the president also, like yesterday I saw him, he was somewhere wakiongelea nyota na kupeana pesa ya nyota. He was being praised and the crowds received him with lots of what I would consider love. And I'm asking myself, who exactly has a problem with this government? Because from how I'm looking at it, it might be the people I'm hosting in this studio. It might be the people I'm hosting in this studio, because I saw the president in Kitui. Large numbers walitokezea hapo, whether they were ferried there, whether they were the locals of Kitui, or whether they came from the neighboring counties of Garissa and so on. I don't know. But the point is, wherever the president goes, there seems to be a lot of love for him, as opposed to these one-time chats that we see on social media.
Yes, you are right. Even me personally, I've been seeing lots of photographs, videos, yes, wherever the president goes. We see all that. You have asked a very wonderful, beautiful question. Maybe you're asking, maybe those who usually come here, the ones having a problem with the government. But this is my answer. Number one, I don't trust politically cooked online information, whereby a company will come and say Nyanduga is the leading contestant and whatever. I believe President William Ruto declared war with almost everyone. This is just to answer your question on whoever has a problem with the government. We young people, we are the biggest. In fact, we are the people who was the lion's share of those having trouble with the government. Just like I said before, we need a plan in this country. President William Ruto doesn't represent the face of any kind of change. That is why it's now moving from bottom-up economy to Singapore dream. You see, when you go, the Lee Yuan, the leader,
Lee Kuan Yew,
yes, who made Singapore within 30 years to be what we can use as an example today. Historically, we are being told Singapore sent a delegation to Kenya in 1963 and 1964 to benchmark on how to transform our society. What went wrong to an extent, now we are following our age mates. Our age mates are now our role models. In our lifetime, we have been seeing China transforming the lives of hundreds of millions of individuals into a better life standard. Like we are being told, in 30 years, they transformed 800 million people from poverty to live a better life. In this country, we have every kind of resource we need to be a better world. Today we are being told about third world countries. Kenya is a developing country. It is our mindset. And the problem starts with President William Ruto himself. If we have a president and the entire cabinet which believe that even me personally after graduating they should export me to another country. So think of a situation, they have sponsored my education for 4 years with the technical know-how I have. Now they want me to go and build another country. Is that the Singapore dream we have? So, the problem started this way. And I'll say that the crowds we can see, of course, should you be a president today, if you come to my village whether I support you or not, I'll come out. I'll present myself to see you. I'll listen to you. So, the crowd we see in the streets and social media doesn't translate into votes. We have seen people, I'll not mention names, but in 2017 we had online discussions on whether to become the next governor of Nairobi. And you know some candidates with millions of following in X, Facebook accounts. But at the end of the day, we saw dust. So, the problem started immediately after elections.
Which elections? Of
2022.
Okay.
You see, when you have a government which doesn't appoint government leaders, secretaries to the cabinet on the basis of merit, but rather the basis of ethnic balkanization and political interest, we must have a problem. Think of a situation, you have an expertise in legal, you are a senior counsel, then you are being appointed to an irrelevant ministry in your expertise.
Yeah.
You are an engineer and you're being, for example, a foreign affairs ministry. So the problem starts from the foundation. You see, if the CEO, as much as it's a managerial position, if they doesn't have credentials to run such an eco-friendly, human-centered statement or standard, then we must have a problem.
Yeah.
Immediately after these people were appointed, corruption followed immediately. Remember, when you see somebody dying in a hospital bed because there is no electricity, that's government killing indirectly. When you see somebody dying as a result of an accident on the road, not as a result of passenger misinformation or laziness, but because the roads are narrow or there are no tunnels or proper drainage, that's government killing.
Or signage for that matter.
When you see lecturers striking, when the lecturers protesting, saying all these manner of things, there's government. So, President William Ruto has had a problem with all professionals in the country.
Okay.
In this first term, we have seen lecturers striking. We have seen nurses striking. We have seen doctors, including airport staff. These are civil servants. Again, you came up with the so-called housing revenue. You tax them. Think of how many court orders did we receive banning all these things, but they were forcing down the throat. And sometimes I blame the Kenyan judiciary. Kenyan judiciary has presided over several coups in this country, because a coup d'etat is not all about removing president from power. Even in local sub-counties, we have coup d'etats. Somebody coming and making a decision that's totally inimical and very opposite to the direction and desire of the people. That is a coup d'etat. So we have seen several coups being orchestrated by the judicial system in the country. President William Ruto again came. He had a problem with the parliament. How many members of parliament have we had talking about the independence of the house? Very many of them. When you listen to the speech of James Orengo during the burial of Raila Odinga, he was talking about we must again protect our political parties. And he was predicting the future. A situation whereby you see the ruling party absorbing other small parties.
I said that in the previous Anika. No.
A political party is the voice of the people. Especially if it has democratic as part of its name. Any kind of a democratic political party has a strong bedrock on the people's voice. And of course the so-called protest. We even look at America now. When Trump tampered with several factors, you saw even Democrats talking about it. So when you see a ruling party absorbing other members, then you're taking us back in 1964, when KADU, members of KADU crossed the house to join KANU.
Who is taking us back? You brought up an interesting point. Let's look at it.
Whoever taking us back.
Forces, are these people coerced? Is there a gun to their head for them to move from whatever party it is they belonged to, or to move the entire party, or to change allegiance? Who forces these people?
It's okay. I'll say this to answer that question. Every political party has a direct and indirect owner. All these political party leaders, especially the party leaders we have, is like they own these political parties. So that if you see Raila, by the time he was still alive, joining President Ruto, if you are a member, especially an elected member of ODM, and you go against that decision, it's like you are provoking the owner of the party. If you see President William Ruto taking into direction, and it would appear that some of the members of UDA, they've become so clever, and I don't know why, in fact recently, that is why you see they have a problem. People like Ndindi Nyoro, you say the other day, they've been changed from a lucrative position in the parliament, in the National Assembly. The problem we have is that we have political party owners, so that they make the general decision. In fact, they don't represent the decision of the National Executive Council. And you can even see...
Moses.
Yes.
Is there a country where political parties do not have owners?
We have several countries whereby political parties, they don't have a few owners the same way we have in the country. They don't have a few individuals making a decision that is good for everyone. I'll give you a good example in the United States of America. If the political parties had owners, then people like Barack Obama will even never become president. But because they must sit down in a table and decide what is good for the country and what is good for the party. That is totally direct opposite of what we have in the country. They don't even respect the plight of the people or the plight of registered members of these parties. We have I'll call it plutocracy, whereby the rich are controlling things behind the scene.
Yeah.
It's a concoction of plutocracy and kakistocracy and kleptocracy. We have a group of some few men and women somewhere who are controlling things. If political parties do not have members or owners, you tell me, in 2022,
yes,
President William Ruto, when he made the decision to jet out of Jubilee Party to join the UDA, it was because of this.
Yes. The example you gave of America is a beautiful one.
Yes.
But don't you also think that the same reason that you gave, if I were to controvert it, and I would say it is because the Democratic Party has owners, that they saw this one-term senator being somebody who could be eligible, and that they had a process.
Yes.
When I say owners, you're right. Maybe not as we have, because here it is in one individual who stands out as the person who is referred to as the party leader. But theirs is corporate.
Yes, true.
But believe me, there are individuals you may not, and usually they are faceless because you don't know them. But there are individuals who will say this is the direction we're going, and that is the direction you will go.
Yes.
Political parties are formed because people at that point in time when forming it are considered to be like-minded. Okay? And they have an agenda. And they usually bring like-minded people. Lee Kuan Yew, who's always referred to, was somebody who lived in Malaysia. They were considered to be not necessarily first-class citizens. Singapore was a fishing village and a piece of rock. Nothing much to speak of. Okay? The vision he had, this is a man who actually studied in Oxford. When he was in Oxford, his name was actually Harry. That was his name. Okay? Before he got the syndrome of determining that his name must represent his heritage. He had people who thought like him, who had a purpose of mind like him, and who had the vision of creating this nation that they would call theirs. Same. And those who differed, some hanged themselves, some fell along the way, but they had the same vision. When you look at our government, we have a similar issue. When people are selected as ministers, they are being selected because whoever selects them believes they are selecting people who have a similar mind.
Of course.
And that has been the history of this country. Now, unfortunately, with the exception of probably the first cabinet and the second, the first was a cabinet of equals. Because the vast majority of people who were there had the same background. Either they were in Kapenguria, but they all had similar credentials. So people could talk openly. Now, the moment that left, or that formation departed, Jomo Kenyatta didn't really have anybody who was going to tell him what to do and what not to do. Because the people who could had left, whether it was Bildad Kagia, whether it was Jaramogi, whether it was Oneko. All the people who he shared a similar background with had left. Now, so here we are. The accountability that I'm speaking of is not theoretical. This constitution gives us more power than we realize. Because it actually tells us who owns the country. It's a sovereign. Now, if you sell your birthright, in the way we've seen our parliamentary the representatives selling the birthright, we have delegated to them, then we deserve every problem that comes our way. We cannot say we lack a mechanism by which we can hold. Forget the president. That is not our problem. Our problem is our MCA and our MP. And by extension, our governor. If we sort out our MCA, the governor will be sorted.
Of course.
The MCA will know, if I do not represent these people, okay, I don't have this job. They will know. So, how do you have a mechanism where you hold these people to account? How? Because we can.
Yes. And I'll say this. I'll support you the same way you have said the Constitution gives us more power than even we can imagine. And constitutionally, you see the problem, like I said before, judiciary interprets the Constitution. Of course, that's their role, to interpret laws we have in the land. But we, the people, we have been tribally balkanized to an extent. Even when we have a problem, we don't think out of the box. For instance, if I'm from Luoland, then I have my kingpin. If this person has a problem or has caused something that is so dangerous to the country, majority of those from Nyanza won't view it from the same angle. Even New City can view it. Because we have been ethnically balkanized to an extent we believe even if somebody is a thief, he is a good person because he is our thief. So I think the first problem we are supposed to discard is all about ethnicity in politics. If we can just have an organic uprising in Kenya the same way we had in 2024, it can be a better vision for the country.
Moses.
Yes.
Moses. Tribalism isn't our problem. Not really. We have tribes, you can't run away from it. It's an identity.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
That we follow certain leaders. If you look at our history, you'll understand how. Kingpins don't elect themselves, just for your information.
Yeah, true.
People decide.
To follow them.
I've never, there's some logic, but I don't understand it fully.
Yes.
Okay? There is no position where people say vacant position for kingpin.
Yes.
All those who feel they qualify can apply.
They elect.
Yeah, the spirit follows. Yeah, true.
Yes. So, because that is the way we go, and history can explain some of it, not all of it. History can explain some of it. Look at how it is we understand leadership and how we should relate to leadership.
Senior comrade actually has a point. I can see you're itching to lend your voice.
I'm interested.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Because what City is talking about is the foundation of a nation. When a nation is in this direction, you go to the foundation. Who are the owners of the nation? Are the citizens. You see? The citizens elect the president, who is now the bad president. The citizens elect the MP and everybody else. And as he's saying in the Constitution, the sovereign power belongs to the people. But do the people know that sovereign power in the first place? Do they really know the power that they hold? And you see, they say that, I don't know, if you want to hide something, put it in the book.
In plain sight, yes, or print it.
Yeah. Now, the key problem we've been having, when we came up with this idea of civic education, that civic education is lacking. And even when we came up with the idea of public participation, the public participation ought to be a space where the citizens can be informed, you see, so that they can participate. But the biggest tool to the ruling governments is always a mind that is not liberated, a mind that is not informed, you see. My mind and your mind, as if you speak here, as he's saying, he's been hosting people who are anti-government. If every mind could be in that direction, you can have a change. But no matter what we speak today, the few of us, and that's what sometimes I tell my friends who are always in the protests in the city, that no matter how many times we protest in this city today, if that protest cannot reach a woman in the village to protest in our own house, we are going to elect the same president and the same leaders. Because the ability for us to reach out to the citizenry, to inform them with the so-called information we think is right, because it is the information that makes us speak in this direction. It's the information that makes us wake from our house, go to the street and protest. And that information is what is lacking for that woman to protest at the same direction. But the politician on the date of election has the power to move in every village and in every door to sell their information. And the people will vote based on the information the politicians sold to them.
Pigeon, that's a narrative that is true, but it's not the only truth in this instance. You see, if you listen to our discussions and when we talk about narratives that pertain and that prevail, the narratives repeat what has been accepted as an immovable truth about our politics and the way we look at life. In Luo Nyanza, it was believed if you're not in ODM, you cannot be elected. It is not true. There are people who have been elected and they were not on an ODM ticket. I don't need 10 examples, I just need one.
That's true.
To prove that that statement is not true. Just one.
Yes.
Okay? It means people are able to look at an individual and decide, no, we are electing this person, not the party.
But it's true, City, again, because even when you look at the process of election, sometimes people vote, but you realize that people who then determine who became the leader again becomes another issue. You see? For example, take the case example, this story that was in the recent by-election in Mbeere. The guy was for UDA. The information comes out, and I was asking people, do you think that gazette that was published somewhere that he stole something from KNH, did it reach any woman in the village there who was in the house there, knowing that this person maybe looted some money somewhere? And the second thing is why do you bring the information at a certain time? We don't inform the people just to attack the people. We inform the people so that they can be empowered, because they say information is power. When you inform a person, you don't determine what they should do. Just give them the information, let them be informed so that they can then make an informed decision. But when you come with narratives at certain particular moments, you see, like for example, we've been pushing this narrative, and I'll tell you, the narrative of Ruto must go doesn't actually has to going if it is not accompanied with anything else. You see, chance have been there, but if you're not strategic enough on what is that makes him go, if you are not clear as a citizens that this is the reason why we want Ruto to go, and this is the reason why we want, or this is what you want after he goes, at the end of the day, Ruto will go and anybody else will come who will also go. Will go again, the state must go, you see? So we as citizens, we must understand clearly that as even you are pushing for one narrative of a person to go, we must have a very common, and we must come in a common direction to agree on why. Because the why is very important. Because that why is what can bind us. But when why is because it's a challenging, when why is because it's one thing of whether shooting the Gen Zs, the other people saying, but he brought road in my area. Like now the people of Nyanza are saying, if he takes the road to Kisumu, that whatever, expressway, whatever, we will vote him, because all governments that have come in have never developed any road. You see?
That's where the history now comes in. When you determine to speak what I call developmental truth, you go beyond what people say and what is obvious, and you ask, why is this the way it is? For instance, if you believe you are marginalized and you stay in that state, even when progress is hitting you in the face, you will not see it.
That's true.
Because you will feel, this is my position. If you come from regions of the West, where people say there's a preponderance of what they call the black tax, okay, where there are people always seeking help, it's with reason. Historically, there's reasons. The communal way in which people functioned is what made it possible for some people to go to school,
yes,
some people to go to university, some people to go abroad. That so-called Harambee spirit that we speak of. But it was meant to have a return because it's an investment. Every investment has to have a return. So now when people want to renege on their part, you see, being able to understand that you vote in someone doesn't make them a leader. They have to prove they're a leader. And leadership means you are taking people from point A to point B. The examples we give. How does a person who wants to be MCA look at the area he comes from and asks, how do I improve the livelihoods of the people here with whatever businesses that they do? What do I do to ensure that these people can earn more than they currently earn and that their lives can be better? You're meeting them at what I call their point of need. Not some big business, so you build a structure where you can then go and put a market. Forget that. Start with what they do. They know what they do. How do you upgrade it? If you can't come up with that basic simple principle, and that's what the Hustler Fund was talking about. It didn't say what I'm saying, but that's essentially was the message that we were spreading. The truth is there is a need for it. Yes. This Nyota Fund that we are speaking about, there's a need for it. And the Nyota Fund and the Hustler Fund have more clarity and have been propagated more than all the other youth funds that have existed before it. You knew there's a youth fund, but half the time you are not really sure what this thing does and who can get it and how you can get it. And those funds still exist. They haven't been cancelled or closed. So what am I saying? I'm saying that those of you who are pursuing this particular path of politics, the truth begins with you and the truth you tell yourself. Because if your politics is about telling us what we already know about the country, because we also live here, and it's not about the solution that need to be provided, it has to be solution-oriented.
Yes.
A statement about what is wrong is perfect and it's in order. Thereafter, it has to be solution, solution, solution. And the truth is, most communities know what they need. They don't need you to tell them.
That's true.
They will tell you they know. You may help them find a way to navigate the problem, but they know what they need. They do not need you to tell them. If you look at the details of, for instance, this Nyota Fund, with all the criticism you have, my friend, it's like they've learned from the other funds. The details they have gone through and the people they are meeting, you didn't quite finish Form 4, you got to Standard 8. There's a business that you are doing, and even if you're not, there are people who are going to help you, handhold you. It's a process. If that process is followed, you get the impression that they've realized they've lost money in the past, and here is there's something that they want to do which actually makes sense. However, it is not Nyota Fund. Nyota Fund is an example of what it is that people can actually do if they set their mind to doing it. Now, the only difference that you make from the so-called legacy politicians is that you become solution-oriented and forget building roads and bringing light. Forget that nonsense and bringing water. Forget that. How does somebody's life improve? In the previous hour, we were talking with Frederick Okang, talking about the wonderful things that the government is doing. And they are, but people who are hungry and need food assistance, the number has increased. Since the broad-based government, we are talking about the highest percentage, 38%, highest in 25 years. So of what use are all these things when the number of people who are going hungry are increasing? Of what use are good roads? Of what use are all these grand plans when there are people every day who do not know if they're going to eat, the numbers are increasing? Of what use? My question to you, of what use?
I think for me this is just perfected in you are talking about history, where we came from. We do have history, and since independence we have seen some of the plans that have been set in place and are trying to be improved, at least to make the country food secure. However, we still have a problem. Just we were talking about, as much as we are going to come up with the solution, we first identify where the problem started. And for this case, you are asking of what use do all these things if the lives of the people cannot improve? The lives of the people can only improve when they can have a good access to quality basic needs. And when I talk about this, we refer to food, hospitals, schools, and maybe good shelter. So I'll say that...
do you know your grandmother was food secure without any of these newfangled nonsense that we keep talking about here?
Yes, true.
Food secure. They did not need food subsidy or they did not need fertilizer. They were food secure. Yeah. And that is why those rural homesteads always had a barn. In Luo it's called Dero. Yeah. That's where you keep the surplus and you can go to it. Our time is up. You're going to have to come back so that we discuss this thing. The thinking has to change so that you're solution oriented, and the solutions lie with the people. You solve a problem, but you understand it for what it is. Once you understand it, the solution is not difficult.
Gentlemen, we have come to the end of the show. Thank you so much for indulging with us in this studio and for the conversations that we've just had. Lakini kama kawaida, like I've told you, let's come back and continue having the conversations, because I feel like there's like a disconnect somewhere. And perhaps it's time we start asking ourselves where that particular disconnect is. Lakini, senior comrade, thank you so much. And we wish you all the best with your party. Wish you all the best as you go back to JKUAT. Na ukienda huko uulize watu, in whose hands are we safe? Until next time, tomorrow morning we shall be back here bright and early. We leave you in the safe hands of Lady Mathai and Rania Abdi on the Retro Box. An amazing show. If you've never had it, karibu tena sana. Ninakukaribisha uweze kuenjoy. Right now though, kwaherini.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Barcelona says Portugal defender Joao Cancelo is back with the club on loan from Saudi Arabia club Al Hilal. Barca said Cancelo was set to sign a contract through the end of the season. The 31-year-old Cancelo had played for the Catalan club in the 2023-2024 season on loan from Manchester City. He appeared in 42 matches at the time, scoring 4 goals and providing 5 assists. Cancelo had previously played for Benfica, Valencia, Inter Milan, Juventus and Bayern Munich in addition to Manchester City. The Nigeria star Alex Iwobi